Good evening. I'd like to thank you for joining us for our closed session. City Attorney Logue will make a closed session announcement, and then we will welcome public comment on the item listed for closed session. City Attorney?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. There is one item on this evening's closed session agenda. Item 2.1 is a conference with legal counsel regarding one item of potential litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4.
Thank you. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on the closed session item listed on tonight's agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom. I see that there's nobody in the chamber. Is there anybody on Zoom? Okay, so we don't have any speakers, so we can close the public comment. And we will adjourn to the Plaza Conference Room for our closed session and return to the chambers for our regular session, hopefully about 6:30. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to the joint meeting of the Mountain View City Council and the Shoreline Regional Community Park of December 10th, 2024. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I would just like to say that we recessed, our closed session, we didn't finish. So after the end of the regular meeting, we will be going back into the closed session to finish that. But tonight we have two very wonderful, roll call. Let's do roll call first. Go ahead.
Councilmember Abikoga? Here. Councilmember Hicks? Here. Councilmember Kamei? Here. Councilmember Ramirez?
Here.
Councilmember Ramos? Here. Vice Mayor Matichak? Here. Mayor Showalter? You have a quorum.
Great. Well, tonight we have two very special presentations. And one of them will be starting up on Zoom shortly with our dear Congresswoman Anna Eshoo. And then we will also have a presentation from the Los Altos Mountain View Community Foundation following that. So does anybody know if the Congresswoman Anna Eshoo is available at this point?
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here.
welcome.
I'm here. Good evening.
Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
We're so glad to hear you.
I'm excited to be with. Yeah, it's wonderful to be with you. I just wish it could have been in person, but the House is still in session, so I'm meeting with you by voice, and it's an honor to be with you. And I thank you, Mayor Pat Showalter, Vice Mayor Lisa Matichak, Council members Margaret Abikoga, Allison Hicks, Ellen Kamei, Lucas Ramirez, and Emily Ann Ramos. It's wonderful to be with you. And, as I reflect over my years of public service, I served for 10 years, as you know, in local government before I was elected to Congress. So I know very well how important the work you do is. And I thank each one of you for your service to the community. It's been the honor of my lifetime to represent Mountain View in Congress for 32 years. I was the first woman and the first Democrat to be elected in the history of the district to represent it. And I'm very proud of the bipartisan body of work I've been able to accomplish to help not only our district, but the entire country. During my 16 terms in Congress, 5 presidents have signed 68 of my bills into law, including legislation to create 2 federal advanced research centers for biosafety and for medical cures. And I'm also very proud to have secured over $1 billion, hard to believe, for the electrification of Caltrain, $2.35 million for affordable and emergency housing in Mountain View, and $2.5 million for the pedestrian undercrossing at Bernardo Avenue. My top priority for the remaining days that Congress is in session this year is to first fully fund the government. That's the job of the Congress, including securing the $3 million I requested on behalf of Mountain View for the Linda Vista Avenue Affordable Housing Project. It's so important to get that funded. In closing, I know that there is both happiness on the part of some and deep disappointment on the part of others, the result of the national elections. But I firmly believe in the following. The seeds of democracy are planted right there in your chamber by you and the people of the community. It all begins at home. And when we have strong communities, we have a stronger country. So my hopes and for our collective future are with the sentiments for our democracy, together with people across our country. I've always drawn my strength from the people that I have represented, and we're going to face some difficult times. But I've always thought that the taller the challenge, the greater the opportunity. And America is always worth it. So thank you, my friends, and I could not mean this more. You have my unending respect and gratitude for your friendship, for your leadership, and for choosing me to be your voice in the United States Congress. As I said, it's been the honor of a lifetime.
Well, thank you so much. I have a proposition here, a proclamation here to thank goodness the election is over. Yeah. I have a proclamation for you, Anna, but many of the things that are in it you already mentioned. But one of the things that you didn't mention is that you have taken a personal interest in each and every one of us who are sitting on the dais here. You have gotten to know us as individuals, and you have given us advice and knowledge, and not to mention, you have just been an incredible role model, not only for women serving in politics, but anybody serving in politics. You are just such an incredibly competent individual, so kind and so hardworking. You've come home almost every weekend, and it's a 5 or 6 hour commute on an airplane. I mean, that is no small thing. So I think all of us are really just very, very grateful for that friendship and training and mentorship that you've given us. So I'm going to give my colleagues an opportunity to say a few words. I'm sure most of them will want to. And first up is Councilwoman Emily Ann Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to use some of this time to really express my appreciation for Congresswoman Eshoo. I had the opportunity to learn a great deal from you in really such a short amount of time, especially when you look at the breadth and time of your total service. That my time with you was very small comparatively, but I learned so much, and the timing of it too was related. We got to see both how you could still fight for your constituents no matter which party is in power in Congress or in the White House. You found a way to fight for us. You found a way to empower people in this district to fight for ourselves as well. I take so much of what I have learned from you with me as I continue on my own service. So I am so grateful that we're honoring you in the City Council, because you have done so much, I believe, for all of us. And we are so grateful as a city and as our individual selves. So thank you so much, Congresswoman Eshoo.
Thank you, dear Emily.
And next is Councilmember Abe Koga.
Hello, Congresswoman Eshoo.
Hi, dear Margaret.
How are you? It's hard not to get emotional, as you know, and I think folks know. I've been so fortunate to have a long history of starting out as a 17-year-old high school student, meeting you, and then you really are the inspiration for why I'm here and why I'm doing what I'm doing. And I've just been so fortunate. Words can't really express how grateful I am to you for all that you've done, and you really are the gold standard of what public service is about, and to be able to have seen that up close and personal, I'm just so humbled and grateful to you and for everything that you've done for our community, always keeping us in mind, fighting for us through different administrations, good ones and some tough ones too. And I just really can't thank you enough from the bottom of my heart for all that you have done for our community, your dedication to our country and democracy, just everything. As I said, you really are the gold standard, and as I continue my service, continue to strive to meet your standards. And so thank you very much. Congratulations to you on your retirement. Humongous shoes to fill, but well-deserved, and I just also want to wish you an early happy birthday.
Oh, thank you, dear Margaret, and how proud I am of you as you continue on, and will be joining the Santa Clara Board of Supervisors. Bravo to you.
Next is Vice Mayor Lisa Manichek.
Thank you. So it's hard to follow all these comments because basically I have the same thoughts. I do want to thank you for representing us for so many years in Congress. We appreciate all that you have done for us as individuals, as well as for our city and the region. And the list of things you've done, you mentioned quite a few. I'm sure there's more in the proclamation. But a huge thanks for all of those. It's nice to know we have someone watching out for us. And you've certainly done a terrific job of doing that. I also just want to thank you for being such a good role model, as the mayor mentioned, as well as your friendship. I have thoroughly enjoyed getting to know you over the years. And yeah, you are the gold standard that I think a lot of us strive to be. And I can't say enough good things about what you've done for us, for me personally, and I will really miss you. So please keep in touch with us. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for your beautiful words. I so appreciate them.
Next is Councilmember Lucas Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Anna, for everything you've done for my community, my hometown of Mountain View, and for the district that you've represented so well for so many years. I wanted to share, I will never forget when I had the great privilege to serve as mayor 2 years ago. I had the opportunity to meet you in your office in D.C. And you know, all of us who have had the opportunity to participate in the U.S. Conference of Mayors, we have many meetings, and we anticipate maybe 15 or 20 minutes max. You were so generous with your time. You gave me over an hour, and not only generous with your time, but generous with your knowledge and generous with your kind spirit and just incredible willingness to make me feel like I matter and that I wasn't just some imposter, some kid wearing a suit and a tie. It was a really remarkable experience. I'll never forget it. It was one of the highlights of my year as mayor. So thank you for that opportunity. And I, like my colleagues, I will miss you dearly.
Thank you, dear Lucas. And of course you matter. My goodness. And I'm very, very proud of you. You've distinguished yourself, and it just gladdens me to see you growing in your public life and your effectiveness. Thank you for your beautiful words.
Next is Councilmember Ellen Kamei.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Congresswoman Eshoo. I have been seeing your newsletter, and I know that you're going around to the different cities in your district, and I've been anxiously awaiting our turn for you to come to Mountain View so we can thank you. And sorry that it has to be while you're in D.C., but I just wanted to echo the sentiments and just share you know that you've spearheaded the public service of, I would say, probably everyone on this sitting on this dais. It did for me when I was your staff assistant back many years ago. But I want to say what's been so unique about having you as our representative is you take the time to have a personal relationship with your district, with your electeds, with the residents and the community. We know you. We call you Anna because we have that relationship. And I just want to share, if you're fortunate to get an email or a letter from the Congresswoman, she typically signs it gratefully, Anna. But really, Congresswoman, we're grateful to you. You're the reminder that it's an honor and a privilege to be able to do public service. So thank you for giving us 32 years. We couldn't thank you enough. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, dear Ellen, for your beautiful words. I'm almost speechless by all the beautiful things that you've said. But I will hold all these beautiful words in my heart, and I thank each one of you.
Well, great. And next is Councilmember Allison Hicks.
So I'm going to second the comments of my many colleagues. I think I'm not in the minority, but close to it, in that I'm one of the few people up here who have not been a member of your staff. But the one thing I'm going to disagree with my colleagues is that I'm sorry you're not here tonight, and I'm hoping with your retirement that we'll actually be seeing more of you. Again, thank you for your service.
Thank you, Allison.
And last but not least, our city manager, Kimbra McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
Congresswoman Eshoo, I just want to thank you from the staff perspective. And I want everyone to know just how incredible your district staff have been to work with, as well as your lead staff in your Washington, D.C. office. They've always been available, incredible to work with, thoughtful, and really good partners to the City of Mountain View staff. And you really can't ask for more in your federal representative. You've also, I want our members of the public and community to know that you've secured over $5 million and more in funding for the residents of Mountain View and for really important city projects. So just recently, you were able to get funding for the city for alternative mental health approaches to policing, which we used in partnership with the city of Palo Alto. You also got us more than $2 million in funding for our Crestview Hotel, which is now called the Heartwood, for our transitional housing for folks, our affordable housing project, also our Bernardo undercrossing, and our Evelyn affordable housing project. And I just want to thank you for that partnership. It is not usual that you see this kind of partnership with a federal representative, and we are just so grateful from the bottom of our hearts for your leadership and your staff's leadership. And lastly, I want to thank you for your leadership in helping shepherd through the Public Service Student Loan Forgiveness Program. And it really helps the generation of people that are public servants that have sometimes insurmountable loans coming out of school. And your leadership in helping not only develop this program, but also the COVID forgiveness program has impacted people on a personal basis here in the city, multiple people. And I want to thank you for that, and thank you for your incredible tenure and years of dedication and work to all the residents in your district. Just thank you very, very much.
Well, you are most kind, and I can say with all of myself that the city of Mountain View has always distinguished itself with thoroughbred professional staff. And the work of the council simply cannot be carried out. It can't be done without the thoroughbred professionals, starting with you, the city manager, and the entire team. So I pay tribute to you. I have enormous regard. It's a very simple word, staff. but it carries a great deal of punch. So thank you to you. You've been marvelous professional partners with us, and how proud I am of, of the work that we've done together. If one even attempts to read a law, a bill that becomes law, it's all in legalese, and most people would have a hard time understanding it. But when those words walk into people's lives, it's transformational. And that's the work that we've done together. So I thank each one of you. I thank you for the time that you've given to me this evening. I know you have a full agenda, but you have been the best partners. This has been joyful, and we've had many successes. So absolutely, I will see you in town, and we will certainly not lose track of one another. And I'll always be one of Mountain View's biggest fans. I often say I lived in Mountain View when there was only one zip code, 94040. I've always loved the community. When I lived there, if someone said to me, "You're going to represent this community in the Congress of the United States," I think I would have laughed them out of the room. But we never know what path is going to open up before us. So thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your leadership of a magnificent community as part of the 16th Congressional District. God bless each one of you, and have beautiful holidays with your family, with your extended family, with your friends and neighbors, and may God continue to bless the United States of America. Thank you, my friends.
Thank you. And we have one public commenter, which is always a part of these public meetings, a good part. So Alex Brown, please step to the podium.
Anna, I just wanted to say thank you, and you're welcome to come to a Mountain View Mobile Home Alliance meeting again anytime. So.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much, Alex.
I will talk to you later.
That's like the cream on the top of the cake. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, and I'll take you up on it.
Thanks so much.
Okay. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
And God bless. Bye-bye.
All right. Okay, so now we come to item 3.2, which is our Los Altos Mountain View Community Foundation update. And we are joined this evening by Krista Crames, the Executive Director of the Los Altos Mountain View Community Foundation, and she's going to provide us with an update. Welcome.
Thank you for this invitation, Mayor Showalter. Just briefly, I am Krista Crames. I'm currently the Interim Executive Director for Los Altos Mountain View Community Foundation. I know that many of you collaborated with my predecessor, Adine Miller, so shout out to him. I'm also a Leadership Mountain View graduate of 1999. Whoop, whoop, and probably just dated myself. With me, I have our Vice Chairman of the Board, Eileen Ng. I'm hopeful that we have a video that I can run for our overview. Yes? All right, thank you, Roger.
Imagine for a moment the potential, your vision and engagement supporting your local community foundation. There are so many great causes out there in need of support. Where do you start? We are a platform for local people who want to pay it forward, reminding residents of the connection between their hearts and their generosity. Here's how we work. You can start a fund by giving cash, stock, real estate, or other assets. If you wish, LAMVCF will help align your giving with your interests. Community foundations offer tax advantages and personalized services that create a seamless giving process for you. And as your giving helps better your community, everyone benefits. Together, we can drive collective impact. Challenges require partnerships that match financial resources, volunteers, and public attention to bring about positive change. We are small, but
we are different focused mostly on, we're different because of that hyper focus, but also because we are a fiscal agent for some nonprofit incubator programs that is unlike traditional community foundations. So you see Mayor Showalter there and part of her connection and joy. We collaborate, we engage. Next slide. So this is the foundation at work, and this is our really our annual report card. In the last fiscal year, we have distributed $3.4 million in grants. $2.7 million of that was from our donor advised funds. Nearly $500,000 of that is from our designated funds. Next slide. Some of our community impact areas that I just want to make sure I'm highlighting for you all. We've given out 125 grants in the past year, and we are currently incubating 21 projects that look to launch and transform into their own nonprofit. Next slide. Yes, this one is one that I'm sure most of you are familiar with, Fondo, and they are indeed going to be launching off into Mountain View Community Land Trust. We're very proud of these guys. It's an example of collaboration, I think, this incubator project. It was formed during the pandemic. LAMVCF, as the fiscal agent, supported the team at Fondo in creating this public partnership, private partnership, and it resulted in $2.13 million for housing stabilization. So I just highlighted a few things. There's a lot of good things that are about that, but over 1,100 households received this money in rental relief, and so I want to thank you guys as the council for recognizing the potential in this and the growth that's happened over the last 3.5, 4 years with Fondo. We're going to still continue to support them as they graduate into their own nonprofit, but they've been a great partner with the city, and the three of us together, I feel like, created a wonderful public-private dynamic to get people stabilized that were otherwise not traditionally able to access the hardship funds. So the next slide is around our community grants program. These are 16 organizations specific to Mountain View that I'm highlighting, but as I said, we do usually around $250,000 to $300,000 in community grants every year. Our community grants program, that's just specific to community grants that we do, not the ones that we support between our donor advised funds and designated funds. Our community grants program is funded by a couple of private family foundations, but this year additionally it was the County of Santa Clara and the wonderful Supervisor Joe Simidian, who helped secure additional funding for us. So we'll have another $167,000 that we'll be giving out in the next few months in the new year. We collectively invest in the local nonprofit ecosystem so that we're improving the community for all. Next slide. MVLA Scholars has been our commitment for decades. I'm sure many of you council members know this, but this program, because it has been around for a very long time, and there's a lovely dynamic duo of volunteers that have a whole cadre of additional 150 volunteers that are supporting and mentoring our MVLA Scholars. We give away nearly $600,000 in scholarships that are awarded each year. 90% of the scholarship awardees are first-generation college students, and most of these students do reside in Mountain View. Next slide. We have started a series this year in the last quarter of celebrating our Gardner Community Impact Recognition Award winners. If you see our newsletter and some of our local papers, recently we highlighted Supervisor Simidian. We have also highlighted Shali Surke, who's active volunteer with Mompreneurs and Reach SV's program here in Mountain View that you would know, but she's also known to us as a board member, and she's been on the Juvenile Justice Commission. She's part of MVLA or LAMVCF School Board. So this is just a good opportunity to make sure that we're holding true as a community foundation to the John W. Gardner values that he championed as a public servant, and we want to make sure that his teachings continue to be the guidepost of which we highlight members of our community. Soil and Water is a grassroots community-based gardening organization. They are also part of our nonprofit incubator program. They've been empowering environmental leadership, and in the last year, they've distributed over 1,000 pounds of food production. The volunteers grow their own food. They have over 635 volunteers just for 2024. And what we really love about this particular incubator program is that 95% of the members don't have land space at home. So this garden that is part of the Mountain View ecosystem is really demonstrating this community building opportunity for neighbors to have social engagement, enjoy gardening together. They exchange new recipes. They're part of their own little Facebook group. So it's really a lovely community building nonprofit incubator project. Next one is our MVHS Ambassadors Fund. This is a designated fund that I want to make sure that you all council members are aware of. We partner with the ambassadors to designate gifts to this fund so that they're tax deductible and they encourage more donations. It's a student-led group that supports inclusion and acceptance to help foster positive mental health, but they also create on-campus gift drives. They have little basket leaders that cultivate a culture of giving, which we're happy to support and nurture that culture of giving with any and all of our engagement. And students and adults. Their treasure closet that they've created raised $35,000 to offer basic necessities, hygiene projects, food, and every student at Mountain View High School has access to that fund. So it's just a really great group of kids that approached us about how they could fundraise legally, and then we became that partner with them and cultivated this opportunity at the high school. So we are celebrating our 33rd year of the Foundation's collective impact. And as I said, I really appreciated Mayor Showalter inviting me here tonight because I want to make sure that all of you understand what a community foundation does and why we're here to make sure that we're supporting the needs of Mountain View. We've always operated in Mountain View. We were instrumental in establishing the Day Worker Center. Formally in 2021, we included Mountain View in our name. But this is just an opportunity to make sure that I can answer any questions that you all have and that we can celebrate the partnership that we've had together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Council members, anybody have questions?
Perfect.
No, it's very clear. And okay, well, thank you so much for coming, Krista. We really appreciate it. And we do appreciate the partnership that we have had with this foundation, and we look forward to having in the future. It's an important part of our community. I also wonder, is there any public comment on this? No? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Okay. So now we are coming to the consent calendar. And this is going to be a little longer than some nights because there's a lot on it. And we have not had a break since 5 o'clock. So the council is going to take a 10-minute break, and we will be back. Thank you. Welcome back. Now we are at item 4, the consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to pull an item for individual consideration. If the item is pulled from the consent calendar, it will be considered separately following approval of the balance of the consent calendar. This is also true if you would like to speak on these items or the next item, oral communications on non-agenda items in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. It's also our custom to pull items just to discuss them or comment on them, not necessarily because we feel that we want to vote on them. So I see first up is Councilwoman Allison Hicks.
So I'm going to pull item 4.7, which is the Senior Advisory Committee review, et cetera. I think for asking some questions, and then we'll see whether we have to tweak it or not.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramos.
I would also like to pull 4.7, probably in hopes of a different vote.
Vice Mayor Lisa Matichek.
I would like to register a no vote on item 4.2. Thank you.
And what is that?
That is the eliminate minimum parking standards. I didn't support that when it came to council. This is the second reading, and so I'm voting no on it again.
Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I will also register a no vote for item 4.2. Thank you.
Okay. And can somebody help me out? What was the one for the election results? 4.6. Okay. Well, I would just like to speak on 4.6. I was one of the candidates, and I just wanted to thank everybody who took part in our city council race. We had an amazing array of candidates. People who were very well qualified stepped up to serve our community. And I just want to appreciate all of the people who did that and who were willing to have discussions throughout the campaign on the issues. We never got personal. And in today's politics, that is something to be celebrated. And I also wanted to take this moment to thank our colleague, Lucas Ramirez, on shepherding Measure G through to a successful completion. We will all benefit from that. So that's what I wanted to say about 6. So then let's go to item 4.7. Yes, do I have a motion for the balance, please? And public comment. And public comment, yeah. Would anybody like to comment on the balance of the agenda items?
You have one virtual speaker. Bruce England.
Okay. Bruce, can you join us?
Yes, I can now. Hi, everybody. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive. Just want to comment quickly on 410. I have comments on 4.7 also, but I'll wait. For 410, this is a very interesting project because what it does is it closes off one end of Wasatch Drive. And my understanding, it's the first time Mountain View's done something like this. Other cities have done it, say, in Palo Alto around the College Terrace area. But it's going to be a great help for people who are walking and biking who have found that stretch in Mountain View to be quite dangerous with cars speeding through there. So I just want to commend the city for making that happen in that location, and hopefully we'll see more of this in future locations as appropriate. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramirez, do you have something to read?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. I will move the balance of the consent calendar, including Item 4.2, adopt an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending Chapter 36 zoning of the City Code to implement Subtask B of Housing Element Program 1.2, including updates to Section 36.32.50, required number of parking spaces, to eliminate minimum parking requirements for residential developments in certain areas, and making conforming and clarifying changes to other sections of Chapter 36 zoning and finding the amendments to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to CEQA guidelines Section 15061B3 as recommended by the Environmental Planning Commission to be read in title only, further reading waived, registering the two no votes read into the record. Item 4.3, adopt an ordinance of the City of Mountain View amending Chapter 33 of the Mountain View City Code to add additional efficient mechanisms for collection of transient occupancy tax to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.4, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending City Council Policy A-15, City of Mountain View Ticket Distribution Policy for Shoreline Amphitheater and other tickets to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.5, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing the city manager or designee to amend the City of Mountain View's salary plans for regular and hourly employees to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.6, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View reciting the fact of the general municipal election held on November 5th, 2024, declaring the result and such other matters as provided by law to be read in title only, further reading waived. And item 4.11, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing the city manager or designee to submit an application for an award of pro-housing incentive program funds in an amount not to exceed $890,000 to execute and deliver on behalf of the city any and all documents, including amendments necessary to receive an award of pro-housing incentive program funds, and certifying to the California Department of Housing and Community Development compliance with the pro-housing incentive program requirements to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamei?
Great. Thank you, Mayor. I'll be supporting the motion. I just see a few folks that may be here for item 4.10 for our neighborhood traffic management program. And so I just wanted to clarify that this is on consent and it's moving forward. And I wasn't sure, I didn't see any speakers listed. But I recall that some of you may be here from the CTC meeting. So I just wanted to let you know that it's going to be going forward. Okay. I didn't know if you, so we weren't sure, is it a good thing they don't have to comment or do they want to comment, you know? So before we go forward with the vote, I just wanted to make sure, so we will be voting. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. And thank you for bringing that forward. So, and you are all comfortable with not commenting? Good. All right. Okay. So with that, we will take a vote. We will take a vote on the remainder of the consent calendar. And it passes unanimously with the exception of item 4.2. There was a negative vote registered by Councilmember Abikoga and Vice Mayor Matichak. Okay, so now we move to the item that was pulled, which is 4.7, and the first part of that will be to discuss, to have the public comment. So if anyone would like to speak on 4.7, the Senior Advisory Committee Review and Term of Service, please come forward or raise your hand in Zoom, and we will call on you. I'm not seeing anyone coming forward in the chambers, but I do see a hand raised on Zoom. That is Mr. Bruce England. Bruce, are you there? Go ahead and speak.
Sorry, I had to get the unmute button there again. Hello again, Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive. As many of you know, I'm a strong supporter of the advisory bodies in general, and I think the Senior Advisory Committee is an important one. However, I do recognize the challenges with getting people to apply for that. I feel that it's very likely that people in the community just aren't adequately aware of it, because if they knew that it was at risk, they might have some concerns. I don't know how you can resolve this. If you don't have enough people applying for it, then you really can't have a functioning committee. But I do think that it's important enough for me to comment on it, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. And also we have Nirvana.
Hi, this is Nirvana. Yes, I'm also speaking on item 4.7. I think I'm a little bit concerned that this resolution is being brought forward to rescind and dissolve the senior advisory, especially because I actually interviewed for this position. And before interviewing, I did do my best to engage with the staff or the liaisons and also current and past members of this committee. I have a heart for the seniors and I don't want them to be neglected. And I feel that I may be able to bring something to this committee. And I don't know much about it, or as much as I try to get engaged in it. And most of the times the meetings were canceled because of not enough people, so there was no quorum. And so I'm just concerned and I'm a little bit sad if this does not go forward. That's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Okay. That closes the public comment period, and we bring it back to council for deliberation. We'll start with Councilmember Allison Hicks.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I pulled this, and for those of you members of the public who have not read the full council agenda and staff report, this is the Senior Advisory Committee review in terms of service, and the staff recommendation is to adopt a resolution of the City Council rescinding a certain resolution with a long number, and dissolving the Senior Advisory Committee. And I have to say, I was a little surprised to see this on the consent calendar without much discussion, because we just brought it up in, I think, a member of council in item 8. And I thought it was going to be reported back to us for further, a report back on kind of the status of it and further discussion. I didn't know it would end up dissolving it on the, being proposed that it be dissolved on the consent calendar. And I'm just a little concerned with the upcoming dramatic growth of seniors and lots of needs. Sometimes this is called the senior tsunami, that we would be just dissolving the committee without any talk about the needs and how we might address them and get input, or not very much of that. There, you know, and then at the same time, we have nationally right now talk of possibly cutting Social Security and Medicare. I think there are just a lot of needs that may come back and impact us in Mountain View regarding seniors and senior input on that. So I wanted to take time and have a little more discussion, and maybe if there's, well, we certainly have other council members who have things to say, but also if staff could recommend maybe some ways that we might be able to have you know, more input than what's suggested in the brief staff report. I should say, because we had public comment from Nirvana, we also appointed her, or suggested appointing her, to the committee without really giving her any she dropped off her, she also applied to the HRC, and she sort of agreed to not be on that and be on this instead. So I have several things that I feel need addressing in a little more than just on the consent calendar.
Councilmember Ramos.
I am not inclined to disband the Senior Advisory Committee. There's a lot of, I'm trying to contain my thoughts. There's a lot of things that I feel like is a broader conversation, and there's thoughts that I think are limited to this one. But when people think the senior advisory committee, there are a lot of people in our community that feel that you have to be a senior to serve on it, kind of like how we have our youth committee. And so that also may have been like a limitation to it. And I was like, oh, okay, we'll just make sure that it's open to everyone. Then I find out when those meetings are. It's at 2 p.m. on a Wednesday. Like, people work. I mean, not everyone has the same times, but this is like the most common time when people work. So I think in order for us to be essentially realistic about the actual barriers that lead people to sign on to this commission, I have incredibly fond memories when I was the chair of the RHC. Someone from the member of the senior commission actually reached out, and they did this full program, not really a program, but like every meeting they had, they brought on a chair of an advisory committee. And like they did like 2 advisory committees at a time. So it was me and at the time Mary Ann, who was in the downtown commission. And they had us essentially present, what does our commission do? And then they asked, what do you do for seniors? And I was just like, oh no, what do we do for seniors? And it gave me that opportunity to really have that conversation with senior needs and the mandate of the committee that I served on at that time. And I thought that was actually really incredible. That wasn't that long ago. That was during the pandemic, which made it easier for me to show up at like 2 p.m. on a Wednesday, because we got to Zoom in instead. But I think in order to make it viable, I think there were more levers that we could have done, that we could do instead of pulling the plug on it. So I'm not inclined to withdraw it without taking a look at some of those levers, because I do think there are people that are willing to serve on this committee. And I know, and I'm really sensitive to staff time, and I know that this is something that staff keeps on like sharing their concerns with us, but there has to be a way that our residents feel that they can really engage as part of our government without it just always being an issue of staff time. And like, I know that's going to be a constant struggle, but I feel like this is too premature for us to pull the plug on this commission. So I am open to other possibilities. If you want to narrow down the number of meetings or anything like that, I'm open to that. I think we can keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the remarks that Councilmember Ramos just shared. I have a different perspective, and informed in part by my work in my day job. I think as an overriding consideration, not everybody has to be Brown Act restricted. We can achieve substantially similar goals in many different ways, and it doesn't have to be regulated very rigidly through the Brown Act. And I don't know if there are staff representatives who work with the Senior Advisory Committee here, but it might be helpful to come down, because I may ask questions to help get a sense of viable alternatives that may work for the city. But we'll have this conversation twice, so I think it's good to start with this. But I want to share maybe as a starting point, we have in my boss's district a very active senior center, Southside Community Center, and there is an informal committee that meets regularly and is staffed. My colleague Helen Chapman goes to all those meetings and reports back to the council member and to her colleagues what concerns that the people who are attending, it's open to the public, anyone could participate, care about, food distribution or maintenance of the facility, that kind of thing. And I was curious to understand from staff's perspective, let's say we wanted to continue the utility of a regular meeting, at the senior center open to the public. If we were to cease the Brown Act restricted component of it, roughly how much time does that save you?
Good evening, Council. Michelle Peterson, Recreation Supervisor and Liaison to the Senior Advisory Committee. I don't think staff time is a concern, and it would probably be about the same amount of time. Our concerns have been attendance and lack of quorum.
I agree with you, but I think, it is a non-trivial thing to have to notice meetings that are canceled, right? It is a non-trivial thing to prepare a staff report. Not that that's necessarily the justification for the staff recommendation, but if you were to, could you convene regular meetings with folks who participate in senior center programming to talk about things of interest without the constraints of the Brown Act fairly easily?
Certainly.
And then, do you really need people to participate to be appointed by the city council? Is that useful in any way in helping advance the goals of the senior advisory committee?
I believe your suggestion would be more beneficial because we'd probably have more active participation.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Others may have questions, but I appreciate your responses. So I do support the staff recommendation. I think if it provides some comfort to the council, I think some guidance to staff to continue to host regular meetings, right? Keep them open to the public and in particular to folks who go to the senior center who I think are the most likely to be interested in the content or presentations that you may have to offer. It could be informal. You can include people. You could go out and talk to the current committee members, for instance, and say, would you be willing to volunteer to help convene these meetings, right? They don't have to be appointed by the city council. They don't have to be constrained by the Brown Act. They don't have to be noticed in the very elaborate way that we have to notice meetings, but we could still get very useful information. Our staff can still present material that may be beneficial for seniors to know in our community. And we could still achieve, I think, the same objectives just without the constraints of the Brown Act. So that's my position, and I would welcome staff's input for how we can continue to achieve these goals through some other alternative forms, right, that aren't constrained by the Brown Act, that save you a little bit of time, maybe not an extraordinary amount of time, but enough to allow you to focus on actual programming that serves our community. So that's my perspective, but I'm interested in hearing what others have to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Abe-Koga.
Thank you, Mayor. So as one of the council members who was on the council when we established the Senior Advisory Committee, I have very strong feelings about this, and I appreciate the item being pulled because I am not planning to support the dissolution. As mentioned, going back to when we established this committee, I believe we had a senior center advisory council or board or something, a committee. And the interest at that time was, frankly, to expand the issues that a body would look at, understanding and acknowledging that continues to be a growing senior population in our city. At that time, Dr. Elna Times was very vocal about this. I know that they worked on a report of the status of seniors over the years. And we had Avenidas had come online. So it seemed like there were issues, and so a need to expand the scope. And so I've been on commissions. I was on the HRC, EPC, and I think it's a great way to get residents to become more involved in our city and to understand how things operate, beyond the the occasional community meetings we might have, giving folks that opportunity to take on the role of, running a meeting, being chair, being vice chair, and so forth. And also, I looked at the representatives on all of our commissions as really kind of our emissaries in the community, and if folks had issues specific, they could talk to one of the commissioners in addition to the council. So I've always been a strong advocate for wanting to expand opportunities for resident citizen involvement, and so that was why I've supported the establishment. I understand over the years the challenges. I don't know, frankly, don't think that maybe they need to meet every month, but I hope that, we would continue to have a body that could work on the state of seniors or some kind of report. I don't think they've ever actually reported out to the council, and that's something that, we could look at doing, because I don't think we've really had a lot of conversation about our seniors, and we talk specifically about housing and whatnot, but I would have liked to have this committee flesh out some of those issues that have come forward, and I don't think we've maybe given them the charge to do that. So frankly, when this came up about looking at this and then PSAB later, my suggestion was, and I know there was a suggestion to look at all of the commissions and committees, and that was my preference. Because frankly, I was on the Human Relations Commission at a time when there was a lot of question about whether the HRC should exist. We didn't really have much scope in terms of our work. We were trying to figure out what to do ourselves, and our meetings were cut into every other month, and so we couldn't get anything done even. But then since then, as we reviewed everything and, recommitted to the HRC, I think they've found work to do, and they've, really become active. And so we go through cycles, and I think, it's worth re-examining what the SAC can do. Again, if we want to look at what commissions or committees to keep, I think we should look at them all and look at, the history and the context of all of them, not pick a couple out just because at this time we don't have, we're having trouble filling the seats. But if we did maybe 6 meetings a year or however many, quarterly, perhaps we could get more participation. Let's talk about what their charge could be, and then reconfigure it so that maybe it could be more successful. So that's what I would prefer to do before we go forward with dissolving any commission or advisory board. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Manichek.
Thank you. I do have a quick question. How did we decide the meeting time? Has it always been at 2 o'clock on a Wednesday? Did we try other times? Did we land on that?
We have always had our meetings on Wednesdays at 2 p.m. Most seniors don't like to drive in the evening. We do have a requirement that you be 55 or older and a Mountain View resident or a senior service provider to be on the committee. And that seemed to work best for the committee members when we started early on. And each year we vote on time and day of the week, and it's always come back with the same.
Okay, thank you. So I brought this up because I have, noticed and had seen information on the fact that it's been challenging to get a quorum. And so we're not really accomplishing what perhaps that advisory body was asked to do, because we can't have meetings because there's not enough people. I actually agree that if we tried a different format and just had specific topics that were well advertised, you might get more people to participate because it wouldn't be such a big time commitment, and they could participate on the topics that are of great interest to them. So I actually think we might get more input if we did that. And having it at a convenient time, a convenient location would be good. And since we do have sort of a captive audience at the Senior Center, you know, they might want to take an hour out of their time there to participate in a meeting about a given topic. So I agree with what Councilmember Ramirez said, that I don't think we should feel constrained by having a Brown Act group, and try something different to get the input we're looking for from seniors. So, and I think that was well laid out in the staff report about we have alternatives that I thought, gee, they sound pretty good. Let's at least try them and move away from the current format to something that we think might work better. So I will be supporting the staff recommendation because I think it's actually a better way to get input from seniors than the current way we're doing it. Thanks.
Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thanks, Mayor. So just a quick question for staff. So in the report, it showed 3 years of, I would say, like ongoing difficulty with the recruitment and attendance. Do you mind sharing what you're seeing in terms of each year? It seems since it's like 2022, 23, 24, seems to be dwindling each year in terms of the ability to meet. Is there any trends or things that you've noticed over these last 3 years, or?
Not specifically in the last 3 years, but the Senior Advisory Committee has struggled for numerous years to fill vacancies when they've occurred.
Do you think perhaps since its creation it's struggled, or just more recent?
Probably in the last 10 years. The first 5 years, I think it was very strong. The committee did report back to council on the State of Mountain View Seniors Report, but there's been conflict amongst the members and how they wanted to move forward, and that's been probably the last 10 years.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So thanks so much for the discussion. I know that this is something that Santa Clara County is looking at. I think it's 25% of the population by 2030 will be categorized as seniors, so I know it is top of mind. I think just for me, it's not a staff capacity issue so much as just seeing the trend within the commission. This data was the last 3 years, but hearing from staff that it's been the last 10 years of difficulty getting people to want to serve, I think shows to me that something needs to be different. I think that having it 55 years and older, having a senior serving provider, those were creative ways, I think, to try to get more people to apply. It's also great to hear that staff was creative in terms of having the group vote and select a day and time that works for them, and it just ended up being that it would always turn back to the recommended of the Wednesday at 2 p.m. So I think it sounds like staff has worked really hard to try different augmentations to have the advisory body work, and those are currently I think not. It's not, our seniors are not interested in the different iterations, even though we've tried different methods. And so I am open to a new way to get that engagement. I think that Councilmember Ramirez and Vice Mayor Matichak brought up some creative ways. I think the input, there's value in the input. Of course, we want input from our community, particularly our seniors. But I just feel like this body is not the one where people are feeling drawn, and I'm not sure what that's about, but it sounds like staff has tried quite a bit. And I do know that the county has a variety of senior care commissions with different committees that are part, so maybe it's just being able to share a bit more about what the county's doing with their Senior Care Commission. But I'm supportive of the staff recommendation. I think we need to do something new to engage our seniors, and I feel like the staff report and what staff is sharing with us we need to heed that advice and make some changes. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm going to take a turn too. One of the things that I find a problem with this is it seems to me that it's come up with not very much public notice. And so we really haven't given the people in the community a chance to say, wait a minute, do we really care about this? The last few years have been pretty out of the ordinary. You know, since COVID, we're out of COVID, but there's still so many things that aren't working as they did before. And certainly, seniors typically are more immunocompromised, coming to meetings is harder, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm really troubled by the lack of public notice for this. It was brought up at an item 8 in September, and here it is. It's a couple months later, and it's just on the consent calendar. That doesn't seem enough daylighting to me. And then the other thing is, one of the problems is the whole idea of a quorum. I would really like to understand a little bit better about why this has to be a Brown Act meeting, and could we have a senior advisory board that what does the Brown Act do to this group? That was one of Councilmember Ramirez's arguments. I don't really understand how that's an issue. But anyway, one of the things I do think is an issue is having a quorum, and it's a 7-member board, and it would be easy enough for us to just say, let's try it at 5 and see what happens. We have some new life. We have a very energetic individual who is anxious to serve on this. And I kind of feel like if anybody could get this going, Nirvana is the woman for the job. So I'm loath to cut it off at this point, but I would like to change the number of people on the board, because I think that's creating a problem right now, and make it 5. And then maybe if it turns out it still doesn't work in another year, we should, or even maybe 6 months, we should revisit it. But I would really like to give them a little bit of space to try something else out. And I do like the idea of having meetings that were on a specific topic. I don't know if that's what happened before or not, but that does sound like it would be interesting. So anyway, that's my comment. And it looks like Councilmember Ramirez and Councilmember Hicks are up now, and we have a public comment submitted late. I'm sorry, we don't, that's not part of the process. So, okay, so Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. And you actually anticipated my next line of thought. You asked, what does the Brown Act mean? The Brown Act means that the Senior Advisory Committee cannot meet virtually, right? A majority of the members must be physically present, which means people who are mobility constrained or have some other accessibility issue cannot be a member of this body. They might be able to a couple of times, right? You could use the emergency provision of the, but you can't do that all the time, right? So they would have to notice every single time, right? So that's what's the point with the Senior Advisory Committee, though, right? So why not allow staff? We may disagree on this, right? But that's a significant constraint. If the body meets less frequently, quarterly, and there is a meeting where there is no quorum for whatever reason, then they meet the following quarter, right? So I feel like allowing staff and the members of the committee to have the flexibility to meet in whatever way makes sense for them, and to have a meeting and then find out, oh, hey, only 3 people showed up. They could decide at that moment whether they want to have a meeting, rather than say, well, we do not have a quorum, so we will have to wait another quarter before we meet again. Feels like it allows for more meaningful and consistent input, and allows the committee to actually do some work. There's also, so this was mentioned in the staff report, I think, but there is diminishing volunteer contributions to the work product of the Senior Advisory Committee. The staff actually prepare the state of the seniors, right? That's non-trivial. And maybe that's important for the council, but we will be talking in January about the process for our goal setting and priority setting discussion. And what we will learn is we will have to significantly curtail the number of priorities that we establish for ourselves because the staff are really busy on a lot of this other stuff. I feel like unless this is a high priority of the council and it really needs to be a Brown Act body, then we can, pursue a similar structure. But that comes at the expense of our ability to achieve other council-initiated goals, and I think that's really important for us to be mindful of. This is subject to the Maddie Act, right? If you want to be a member of this committee, you have to go through this process to apply, be interviewed by the Council Appointments Review Committee, and then go to a city council meeting. It's all staff time, right? Preparing the reports and everything. It may be very intimidating for a number of folks who don't want to go through such an arduous process just to be a member of a body that talks about a very important issue. Why not allow prospective members to just go to a meeting? Allow staff, if we need to have a formal body, I think staff appointed makes more sense than council appointed. We have to approve the work plan. The Senior Advisory Committee has to be able to meet to make a recommendation to the council for a work plan that we then approve. Why not just allow the committee to decide what it wants to work on? I'm not seeing tremendous value in having this be a Brown Act restricted body. It does add incrementally, right, over the course of many different processes and meetings, a tremendous amount of workload to the staff for not a lot of benefit. Let's see here, virtual meetings, lengthy delay of quorum, staff work on the actual Maddie Act, council. So I think that was pretty much everything. But I'm struggling to see. I absolutely believe that a committee or some similar type of effort is worth preserving. Many of us have been caretakers. Many of us, I think, have been with folks who have really struggled and they're aging. None of us thinks this is a triviality, but the Senior Advisory Committee as it is currently crafted is not working. It's not actually serving our senior community, and I think a big part of that is the Brown Act and all of this process that we encumber it with. And I feel like it would be better to find an alternative that allows a group of people to do good work and meet with staff at a time that is convenient for them and to change the meeting without having to go back and amend bylaws that are approved by the city council. I feel like there are better ways of doing this. So I'm going to move to approve the staff recommendation, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View rescinding resolution number 17420 and dissolving the Senior Advisory Committee to be read in title only, further reading waived, but also to direct the staff to identify some alternative ways to continue to solicit public input and allow for senior participation in the development of work plans and to do all the stuff that the Senior Advisory Committee does, but just with a process that doesn't require the constraints of the Brown Act and allows staff to appoint participants. Are you cool with that direction? Thank you.
Okay, well, I have a question to staff. I'm not sure which staff is appropriate, but why does this have to be a Brown Act? Why is this a Brown Act board? And can we just declare that it isn't a Brown Act board and basically have it do the same thing? I'm still a little confused by this.
Thank you, Mayor. So I believe that this was a council-created advisory board, which would go through the typical process, which would make it a Brown Act body with the formal agendas and meeting times. But I think if you want to explore, perhaps an option is to, with the motion on the floor, if council wants to support it, to have staff draft an alternative plan, much like what is in the motion maker's motion and see what this informal, non-Brown Act body might look like. And perhaps we can return to you to let you know how the attendance has been, if there's more people attending at the senior center, what topics are interesting to them to discuss, and then bring that report back to council and maybe just pilot this if that's something that council is interested in. And if this isn't working, then we can come back to you and council could create a senior advisory committee again as a Brown Act body. But I think this is an alternative that you could explore to encourage more participation. But initially, the reason why it's a Brown Act body is because it's a council-created body.
So that's really just standard practice. It's not
correct.
Is it legally required that it be a Brown
Yes,
Act?
it's state law.
Well, that's a good reason. Okay. Got it. All right. Another thing, sorry, as the mayor, you don't really get the floor in the normal manner. Another thing I wanted to bring up the possibility of is establishing something like, and this could be along the lines of what we're discussing, something along the lines of Friends of Mountain View Seniors and or Friends of the Mountain View Senior Center, like we have, for instance, Friends of the Stephen Creek Trail. I mean, they're an organization in our community that has been very supportive of one of our amenities, and a friends group might be kind of another way to look at what they are. 501(c)(3)s, yeah. They are typically 501(c)(3)s. They don't start out that way, though. They start out just people getting together, and then over time, they might become those. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, and we have a seconder. Do we have any questions related to the motion? Okay, Councilmember Hicks.
Yes, so thank you, everyone. This is why I pulled it. I thought it deserved a little more than just a vote to dissolve it. I had no idea where we were going next. To me, so there's a question because to me it's still a little vague. I think a group that meets on occasion with different topics is really different than what the Senior Advisory Commission has been. I think there's some value to having the same people come over and over again as opposed to, kind of a movie of the night kind of thing, movie of the week, whatever. So I'm hoping I like the idea. I may be able to support the motion, but it's not specific enough yet. The staff drafting it, saying that staff drafts it and it comes back to us is good. I should say, and I would want to know, how could we make sure that there's a committee of people that kind of guides it besides staff. And then the other thing I should say is that I'm the representative to Avenidas, which is our regional senior group, and that serves Mountain View and Palo Alto. And Palo Alto does not have a senior advisory committee, but they have, I think, both staff. They work with the HRC within their city, and they also, I think, if I have it right, they have both staff and council rep to Avenidas with a little more, say, teeth than what we have. And they have a new executive director who I was just about to meet to talk through how Palo Alto does it and whether we would want to move more to something like that. But so I could support a change like this. I could also support something like what Pat the mayor had brought up, saying that we go on for 6 months, tweak it a little, fewer meetings, not 7 people, 5 people, change a few things and see if that works out. Either way is fine with me, but I would like a little more teeth than just the senior center has a meeting on occasion and people from the senior center can show up. That's a little too vague for me to support.
I is this an invitation to respond first before I just take charge?
Sure.
So I appreciate the concerns, and I will solicit staff's input on this for how to make this meaningful and actionable. What I'm thinking is, as a starting point, the staff will approach the current members of the Senior Advisory Committee and folks like Nirvana who haven't been appointed yet, but who have expressed clear interest in participating, and invite them to be appointed by staff to serve on a committee that is not Brown Act restricted, is able to meet in person or virtually or hybrid based on its will, decides when it wants to meet, but meets regularly, is open to the public, and addresses issues of concern to the senior community. I don't feel comfortable prescribing a work plan because those needs and concerns will evolve with time. But I would, if staff can help maybe guide the council a little bit in how this might be structured and how we can make it work, I think we would welcome your feedback.
Good evening, John Marchant, Community Services Director. And I'm going back in time a little bit to the previous task force. As Councilmember Ramirez is saying, we see a benefit in pulling together maybe 5 members of the community to be on that task force, if you will, if we want to call it that, a committee, and be able to work with them and also make sure that the citizens of not only the senior center but citywide are aware of these meetings taking place. The benefit of not being a Brown Act group is that the topics can change in the moment based on what is necessary. Whereas right now we're posting what those items are. We're talking about those specific items, whereas there isn't a good discussion of what maybe some other topics that folks would like to talk about. And so this would provide a better benefit for community engagement, discussions on different topics in the moment, if you will. And then if there's a desire to make this a pilot program, we can then come back with some of the benefits thereof in 6 months, and then at the end of the year to say how that program is going. Hope that's helpful.
Thank you. So I will maybe amend. So thank you. That's very helpful. I think for the benefit and assurance for the council, periodic reports, and I'm open to suggestions. It could be council connections. It could be an off-agenda memo. But just some understanding of is this resulting in increased participation? What are the kinds of things that we're hearing from the community? Are there ways that the council can support this committee? I think we would love to see if this is helpful in making this body more successful.
Is the seconder okay with this?
I'm okay with all of that. I just have the question, is this a pilot, and if so, for how long?
The reason I'm struggling with this question is I think the body really needs to have some level of self-determination. We're not creating the body, right? The staff are basically, the direction is they're going to work with the senior community to figure out a structure that works for them. If there's no interest, even if you remove the constraints of the Brown Act, then I don't think the body exists. So I would say if there's robust interest and staff needs some support from the council, resourcing, or some dedicated staff person or something, then I think they could come to us and say, we really need some support to make this even more beneficial to the community, because we're finding there's a lot of interest, right? The senior committee that I don't work with, but my colleague does, is quite robust. It's not Brown Act restricted, but there's a lot of support needed because there's a lot of interest.
So the memos to council are not only about is a new format and process working, but also what are they talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm okay with those changes.
Okay, Councilmember Ramos.
I'm not inclined to support the motion. I feel very strongly that we need to lean into our advisory committees, invest more into them. And I feel like we're coming up with these great solutions right here on the dais, which is wonderful, but it almost feels like, we could still have them have their say, But it really feels very ad hoc-y as we're like, okay, well, we could pilot a program, or we could have ad hoc meetings or a task force. And I feel like we should have that plan before we dissolve the committee. I can't, I feel like one of the things, if you have members of the senior advisory committee as part of an official committee within our city, that means they are functionally part of our government. And like more than just as a resident, as a voter, it's a step further. It is a commitment. And I actually do think that as we look at our committees in general, but like that feels like a big project right now, but as we're looking at the senior advisory committee, there does need to be changes. I think we all acknowledge that. I don't want to get rid of it before we have those changes locked in, so that we are sure that whatever the intent of when this committee was created to look after our senior population of our community is fully addressed through. I have this like deep fear that, as Councilmember Ramirez mentioned, we're gonna come up to goal setting next year and we're gonna have to pare things down, and I don't want this to go to the wayside. Now that then we don't have a committee, we don't have a plan, because it'll take staff time. And so I'm not inclined to support this motion. I think about like, I look at other cities and how they're handling different committees and commissions, and quite honestly, yeah, there isn't a senior commission in Palo Alto, and I don't think they have one in San Jose either, I'm not sure. But like the committees that they do have, they have things like, they have a council member liaison to their committees, and there's like an additional like connection from council to these committees, and I feel like that's more of a direction we should be going. Now, if we have to pare down like the number of committees in order to make that happen, that is, I don't mind that too much. I just mind that without a proper replacement of it. So I'm not inclined to support this motion.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm going to agree with Councilmember Ramos. I would like to see the proposal before we dissolve this committee, the SAC. And I mean, frankly, all of the issues you brought up, Councilmember Ramirez, can be handled in terms of the Brown Act. And, you know, we do it all the time with our regional boards. We poll for when folks are available. We notice. We have noticed that we notice like 10 sites at times. So it's all doable. It's just a matter of, you know, whether we want to make it happen or not. And I agree, we could go to 5 members instead of 7. There's so many configurations that we can come up with the meeting times, days, how many times, members. But I actually would like to do, and this was, you know, again, what I was hoping if there were to be a comprehensive review of all of our advisory boards and commissions, is to see what other cities do. Los Gatos, I know, and as you know, I've had a chance to visit quite a few of our neighboring cities, and they have an extremely active senior, I think they call it the Senior Services Committee. And so, and there's like source-wise at the county, I think there are best practices that we can look at, and I would like to do that to see, you know, what else we could do before we move forward with dissolving a committee. I just really think it is important. Civic participation is one of the most important aspects of what we do. I do agree that there is something to be said about being a part of the city government or organization by being on a commission and advisory board. The ad hoc, you know, I think the council should take some time and talk about what they want to see the seniors provide input on, and come up, you know, perhaps come up with some of those topics And, it's kind of a chicken and the egg situation. I think part of the problem, a lack of interest, could be that they don't really know what they're supposed to do. And that was very similar to the Human Relations Commission way back when. So maybe the council should spend a little time, frankly, on all of the commissions again and advisory boards to see, what the council wants to get out of all of our advisory groups. So that's what I would suggest and recommend. So I will not be able to support this motion. Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Okay, so I will call. Does anybody need a review? Okay, no? All right, so it's time to vote. So the motion failed 4-3. So does somebody have another motion they'd like to put forward? Councilmember Ramos, no?
I mean, I'm not really good at cobbling together a motion, but there was one of the alternatives was either to drop it. The two alternatives was one to continue as it was. I don't think any of us agree with continuing as it was. The other one was continuing as it was and then check back in a year. And then the other one was like turn it into quarterly. I do think that maybe we should check back in a year. I think that is reasonable. I think I'm probably open to some of the changes I think a lot of people.
Okay, well, let me make a suggestion then. Then I would suggest that we move forward with what was suggested in the previous motion, but that we don't formally dissolve the senior committee until the existing senior committee and this task force has had a chance to talk and put together a program. And then, say the staff comes back to us in 3 months or 6 months, or I don't know what's the appropriate length of time, and we either adjust it to a task force or and we dissolve the senior committee, or we decide to go forward. Jennifer, City Attorney Logue.
I just wanted to seek clarification when you're referencing the prior motion. You're going to still have a Brown Act body. So the prior motion involved not having a Brown Act body because the body would be created by staff, right? And the council would have no role in appointing or anything like that. So it's really hard to have I just wanted to make sure I understood what you were saying, that there really can't be a hybrid. If you kind of move forward and you keep the members that have been appointed, it's a Brown Act body because it's been created by councils and the resolution will still exist that created this body. So in order to have a non-Brown Act body, you do have to actually repeal the resolution that created the body and put control in staff's hands. So I just wanted to say that when you referenced back to the prior motion, we would need clarification.
Okay. And while I don't have a second anyway, so I will ask Councilmember Hicks. Oh. Oh, okay. Councilmember Hicks?
I think we have to have a second in order to continue discussing once there's a motion. So what I would add to that, if we can, and the city attorney can tell me whether we can or cannot do this, right now reduce it from 7 to 5 members, and also I guess, I don't know if this is part of its charter or whatever, but I think that people should not have to be 55 years of age. If I'm a caretaker, I am over 55, by the way, so I'm eligible. But I've been a caretaker for my parents, and it really doesn't matter what. I could do that at any age. So somebody with an interest, I could be an upcoming caretaker when there was a time when my parents needed no care, but I knew that they would in the future. So you could be interested in senior housing. I don't think you should have to be 55 and over. So if we had those, if we reduce the number of members and reduce that requirement, then I think it may be easier to accrue members of the committee.
I see that our clerk has something she'd like to contribute.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. In 2021, right before I got here, the council actually adopted a resolution that removed the age requirement. So as far as my office and recruitment are concerned, we have not been using an age requirement.
Okay, we don't need to add that. Thank you.
To pass applicants through for the CARC to consider. So that's just one thing to note, that in the past 3 years, there has not been that restriction.
Okay, very good to know, and I hope the outreach reflects that.
Councilmember Kamei.
So I'm sorry, so can you clarify what the motion is now?
Well, I think we've been told that it's illegal. So, so I think, really. So what is the motion?
So what is the motion?
I think
question.
I think we need to. I need to withdraw the motion, because if it's illegal to have both, is that what you're saying?
So I'm just saying that if you don't repeal the resolution, you have a Brown Act body. It's created by City Council, so you still have your Brown Act body. If you want to, I'm hearing some suggested changes by Councilmember Hicks. If you want to do that, I would recommend amending your motion to direct staff to bring back the resolution with the amendments that you would like to make. So we already have the age that's been changed, but if you want to make other amendments, like changing how often frequently the meetings occur, or you want to make other changes to the body, just make your motion directing us to bring the resolution back with all of your amendments. You'll still have a Brown Act body for the time being, because you can't have both. It's either created by council or it's not. That's the one problem with Brown Act versus not Brown Act.
May I ask a question while we decide on what the motion is? So the questions, so is the Senior Advisory Committee able to meet currently? Right? So I know, but you're saying that you just appointed one individual, but it still wouldn't be able to meet, correct?
I'm not sure how many.
I guess it's a question for staff. Yeah. I think we're having this robust conversation about the committee, but my understanding is even with a new appointment, there's still vacancies and it's unable to meet. Is that correct?
That's correct. We currently have 2 members that are currently active.
Right. And even if with CARC's recommendation, it would still...
Yeah, they would still be without a quorum unless you reduce the body size.
Okay. Right, but just for the clarity of the conversation, as it is currently, we're having a discussion about, the prior motion failed, so I'm trying to understand what motion might come forward, and my understanding is that the body is still unable to meet, correct? Even with the recommendations that CARC would be put forward. So I just wanted to clarify that as we're having this discussion.
Thank you. So we only have 3 people who are actively involved in this. Is that what you're saying?
There's currently 2 members of the Senior Advisory Committee.
Okay, and one recommended. Okay.
So can we?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. So if we have this continue forward as a Brown Act body with a a quorum, I mean, a,
Mayor,
yes?
may I make a suggestion for how to potentially move forward? So what you have is a situation where you have a body that did not meet in 2024 because there was never a quorum. And you have 2 current members and 1 new member who we've heard and have much trust in helping reinvigorate. So you have 3 of 7. What you could do is reduce the body from 7 to 5 members. If you have 3 that will show up, then you'll have a quorum. And I think what you could do is also move to quarterly meetings. I would say 3 to 4 meetings a year. And what staff can do is work with these 3 members in their first meeting on how to think about maybe recruiting new members and potential ideas for how to make this committee work. And it's 3 is small, but 3 could also be powerful. And try that. And if it doesn't work, then staff will be coming back to you to say, we tried this. There's really no engagement through this Brown Act version. We believe that it would work better as a more informal group through the senior center. So that could be a potential path forward for you this evening to keep it the way it is, but make some of these tweaks. And if we need to, we'll talk to the city attorney's office about what resolutions or what we may need to do technically to bring it back. But I just want to make sure that council understands that there's only 3 people on this, and it never met in 24. So these 3 folks would be tasked with reinvigorating this committee, or if it doesn't work, try this alternative route, which is a non-Brown Act body.
And I would presume that part of this reinvigoration would be identifying programming that they could support.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Good. Okay. Councilmember Ramos?
I should know the answer to this, but I don't, because it kind of deviates from what the normal process is. People turn in their applications November 8 of this year, then it goes to CARC, then they decide who gets on it. So now that we do have vacancies for it, is it a continuous application? So like people can turn in applications tomorrow, correct? And so when would that go to CARC for them to, if we magically get applications tomorrow, essentially?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
For the current vacancies that we have on the Senior Advisory Committee, if we get applications as early as tomorrow, I don't know if we will, I don't know if we won't, but if we somehow get applications as soon as tomorrow, what is the process now? When does CARC see it? How soon could they be seated? How does that work?
So it would be a matter of scheduling another CARC meeting. So it would depend on the members of CARC and when they are available.
Do you have a general timeline of that? No? Okay.
Yeah, we'd have to poll the members to see.
Okay. All right. And I guess the only other thing I would add to the motion is I'm actually willing to put a deadline. If we can't reinvigorate this committee after 1 year, then I'm okay. But like, I kind of just want to give it a little bit. 6 months. Oh, that's a little tight for me, but 9 months? 9 months. All right. I don't know how the makers of the motions feel about that.
That's okay with me. That's fine. Okay. All right. Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm not quite sure where the motion is right now. I believe it's to reduce to 5.
Reduce to 5.
3 to 4 meetings a year.
Yeah. And to give this small group a chance to invigorate themselves.
For 9 months.
Yeah.
Is that right? I could support that, but I really want to focus on what the mission of the SAC is. Based on what I read in the staff report, originally it was, it sounds like the requirement to be on it is you're a senior center user or professional service provider, and I think we need to expand that. Like, you could be a senior and not use the senior center. You could be a care provider just as like a family member. So I would like to expand that, and also just expand the scope, because it started out with the State of Seniors report, then it moved to a resource guide. And frankly, if that's all they're doing, I can see why there's not very much interest. So part of this I'd like to see it happen is to have the SAC have a process to take community input on what the community thinks the senior advisory committee should be working on, because there's so many issues like aging in place and housing and transportation and food insecurity. Like I hear all the time, and I can't believe that that's not an issue for seniors in our community. But I believe the real issue here is we have really narrowly scoped this. I didn't realize that. And I think we should be broadening the scope of the work that they do. So if you can include that in some way in the motion, then I would be able to support.
I think that what we would want them to do as part of the invigoration is to suggest a broadened scope.
Okay. That sounds fine. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I can't support the motion. I feel like what frustrates me is we have people who can start working tomorrow if we wanted them to. But instead, we're going to subject them to a process that has no value add, right? The resolution has to be drafted by staff. It has to come back to us, be approved by the city council. Then they have to wait for the next regularly agendized meeting. If one person can't go, that meeting is canceled, and then they wait another quarter. Or they could meet whenever they want, right, and do good work for our community tomorrow. I feel like we're at risk of confusing process for effectiveness. I think if we want a group of people to do good work for our community, we should empower them to do that and not subject them to the constraints and burdens of a process that actually impedes their ability to do good work for our community. I trust our staff on this. I think we have, like, Nirvana's ready to go. Great. Let's have her work tomorrow and not wait for, have her wait for us to come back and fiddle with bylaws. And then, again, she may not actually participate in a meeting until June, right? Or never, right? If one person gets sick or resigns, then the members of the CARC have to, well, first we have to solicit applications. Hopefully we get one, and then CARC has to interview them, and then it has to go to council. I fail to see the value of this process. I think it actually stifles participation and makes it hard for folks to do good work. And then the other thing that came up is the noticing of the agenda. They could only talk about what's in that agenda. And if somebody comes in and says, I have a concern I want to share, they get to have their 3 minutes of comment, and the committee says, thank you very much. And that person walks away frustrated because they can't respond. So let's remember the problem is the Brown Act. The problem is the process. That's what's stifling participation and making it hard for this group to do good work for our community. So I can't support the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thanks. I had a question about the motion. I had heard it mentioned, but I didn't hear it mentioned in the summary of the motion about what happens at the end of 9 months. Does it automatically become a non-Brown Act group, or what? Whoever made the motion.
I think we get a report at that time from the staff about whether the invigoration process has worked or whether they feel like it hasn't, and they would like to morph into something else.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I agree with Councilmember Ramirez. I feel like we do have someone who's very energized to do some good work in this area, and I would just like to see that happen. And so I'd be more supportive of just right now moving to a non-Brown Act group. As was kind of outlined in the staff report, I think we'd get a lot of value out of that. It would be easier for people to participate, and it would result in better information coming to council and better things happening in the community. Thanks.
Okay, Attorney Logue.
I just wanted to clarify, whatever the motion is, it's going to need to be restated. And if you can, when whatever it is you restate, if it is direction to amend the resolution, can you open it with a motion to direct staff to bring the resolution back to amend to accomplish these things. Reduce membership, reduce meetings, change scope. So just so that we have a really clear record on what you'd like us to do. Thank you.
Okay, I move a motion to direct staff to amend the resolution after they have worked with the existing, to amend staff. First thing that will be amended will be the size of the body will be reduced to 5 members instead of 3. Instead of 7, I'm sorry. 5 members, so there will be at least 3 there. And it will be, they will meet at least quarterly, but they could meet more if they wanted to. And their job will be to reinvigorate the senior committee and broaden the scope as they see appropriate. And they'll report back, or the staff will report back in approximately 9 months as to whether or not this has been successful, or their recommendations. Okay, is that better?
Could I add a friendly amendment to that? Could we also eliminate the requirement that they be a senior center user or a professional service provider and open it up to say those interested in senior issues?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a second, a motion and a second, so it's time to vote. The motion passes 4 to 3. Is that right? Yes. With Kamei, Ramirez, and Matichak dissenting. All right. So that's the end of the consent calendar. Yes. Yay. And now after that, we move to item 5, which is oral communications from the public. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic within the City Council subject matter jurisdiction for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. If you would like to speak on this item or the next item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Would any member of the public joining us in person or virtually like to speak on non-agendized items? Seeing none? Okay. Do you see any? Nope. Okay. Well, that closes the oral communications. So now we move on to item 6, which is new business. 6.1, Public Safety Advisory Board Review and Term of Service. We are joined on the dais by Assistant City Manager Audrey Seymour Ramberg to present the item. If you would like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. I'm also joined out in the audience by Police Chief Michael Canfield, who is available to answer questions. And with that, I'll start the presentation. I think I will. So the PSAB was discussed and created in the midst of national outrage at the tragedy prompted by the death of George Floyd. And there were calls across the country for reform in policing. The calls locally did not claim or substantiate that type of misconduct, but did voice some very specific concerns, and those primarily related to the presence of police officers on school campuses, having police officers be the ones to respond to mental health crisis with the fear of unintentional escalation of those situations, and also the concern about potential bias for the way that the police department might be conducting its stops and contacts with community members. So at the same time, the council had created the Race, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, and this was one of the first issues that the committee took up, and they directed staff to review the matter, and that included staff analyzing the different kinds of options for community police advisory type bodies, and also the conditions in Mountain View around such things as use of force and the personnel complaints and the general tenor of the relationship between the police department and the community. And in comparing those two sets of analysis, it was staff's recommendation that a community police advisory board model was the one that has been seen in other places that would be most appropriate in Mountain View, rather than something that would be more investigatory or oversight. The purpose then was established consistent with that for the PSAB to be a bridge between the police department and the community on public safety matters. That was the background for creating the PSAB. I'll have a little bit more background coming up, and also just acknowledge that we're here this evening and that there was a request in September at a council meeting to look into the PSAB, its work, its membership, and any challenges it was facing, and whether or not to sunset the body or to suggest a different direction. So the recommendation from the Race, Equity, and Inclusion Committee came to the council in December of 2020, at which point the council formally acted to establish the PSAB. Following a recruitment process, the PSAB members were appointed in April, and then immediately that next month met in May of 2021. Which means there's been 3.5 years of operation to date. The action to create the PSAB, or the staff recommendation, said for there to be up to 7 members, and 7 members were in fact appointed. And there was always the intention for the PSAB to be staffed by both the city manager's office as well as the police department, and the current staff for the PSAB are myself and Police Chief Canfield. So the work plan for the PSAB is developed in the spring of each year through a 2-meeting process, and then adopted along with all the other advisory body work plans that come to council in September of each year. Over time, the projects that have been on PSAB work plans include 10 special projects and 5 reports that have wound up becoming ongoing agenda items and on the work plan each year. Typically, of the special projects, 2 to 3 are not able to be completed within the year and are carried forward. At this point, there are currently 2 special projects underway, the ones that are in italics on the slide, which are the youth substance abuse trends and prevention resources, and that one has carried over from the prior year. And then a new one regarding vehicle resident safety and access to police services. So I'm going to talk a bit more about the many of these projects in this next slide that starts with the major accomplishments of the PSAB. And it is, I think, a credit to the PSAB that of the major issues of concern that I mentioned at the creation of PSAB, the body has accomplished important work plan projects related to each of those. And the first is about school officer or police officers on school campuses, or the school resource officer or SRO program. That was a project that had a very high level of engagement from the public, with a very active subcommittee that identified stakeholders and helped put together a survey. The survey was conducted and participated in by students and parents and members of the school community, as well as other stakeholders that were met with in one-on-one or group meetings. And then there were the meetings of PSAB itself and the public speakers. That was the most highly attended meeting, was when the PSAB made its recommendations around the SRO program. And what happened through the work of this subcommittee was further insight about the concerns when people talked about not wanting SROs on campus or police officers on campus. That was everything from that it was difficult for some members of the community to see police officers when they weren't expecting to see them, up to concerns around the discretion that they wanted the police officers to use when they needed to interview somebody, a student, for having engaged in something, or whether they needed to search a student, that they were wanting discretion around that. There was feedback about the need for clarity through both memorandums of understanding with the school districts, as well as the school resource officer's own procedure manual around what are the best practices, what are the outcomes, and how are we communicating with the school community so people are clear about the purpose of the program. And so those were all really beneficial outcomes that happened as a result of the PSAB's work. A second area that I mentioned was the response to mental health crisis and the desire for there to be a non-law enforcement option for that. And so at the same time that this was on the agenda for PSAB, the aforementioned federal grant that Congresswoman Anna Eshoo helped secure to support alternative non-law enforcement responses to mental health crisis had been awarded to Mountain View, Palo Alto, and Los Altos. And the staff from those three cities worked closely with the county around their plans to develop what's called the Trust Program. And that program is a mobile community-based program with a team here based in North County that is staffed by people with lived experience and other clinical backgrounds and medical backgrounds to be able to be part of the community, become known, and to get referrals for people in crisis so that they don't go through the 911 dispatch system. In order to support that, PSAB developed a community profile on mental health issues, like what are the needs that we're hearing out in the community, what do the statistics show around such things as suicide attempts or substance overdose, and who were the key stakeholders that any new program or any program that was expanding into Mountain View, as was another county program called the Mobile Crisis Response Team, and really needed to know about our community, people to connect with in order to raise awareness and to reach the people in need. And so PSAB does continue to get updates from the county and from Momentum for Health, which is the contracted provider by the county for the North County Trust Team. And staff, independent of that, also meets on a regular basis with the trust folks, and they have become part of our monthly CBO, or community-based organization network. And so they're very kind of plugged in to Mountain View, thanks to our efforts. And then the other concern we had talked about was having heard from the community at the creation of PSAB, was how do we know whether or not there was bias in the way that the police department was conducting its stops and contacting people. And so we were fortunate to have the services of a PhD fellow who conducted rigorous scientific experiments or tests, including something called I think the veil of darkness test, where the ability to see what the background or ethnic background of a driver in a car might be, and how that compared to when that was earlier during the day and could be seen. And it was the fellows finding that there was no finding of bias. And PSAB built on that work by talking about the Racial Identity Profiling Act, or RIPA, which is a state piece of legislation requiring all law enforcement agencies to report on a quarterly basis to the Department of Justice around the racial makeup of the people who are stopped. And so that data is available in what's called CSV format, which allows anybody to analyze the data, and it's also part of the transparency dashboard that the police department has put on its website, and it is part of the twice annual report that the PSAB receives from staff about a whole range of contact and feedback data about the police. And then the last thing I would mention in terms of accomplishment is the council has delegated to the PSAB to be the reviewer and discusser of the annual report that's required each year on the purchase and possession and use of what the state has defined as military equipment, and to have the required community meetings so that community members can have input into that. So I just mentioned the twice yearly report, and we call it twice yearly because I can never get right whether biannual means twice a year or every 2 years. I think it means both, actually, so hard to be clear. The PSAB does hear from the police department twice a year on a range of contact and feedback information, some of which is on this slide. So one of the ways that the police department provides information and gets feedback from the public is through social media. Nextdoor is one of the most effective ways to do that. And I think we have a data issue in that we have a big variation between the first 6 months and the next 6 months, and then back down to the same number again in the last 6 months. And we know that there was a data glitch there that we're unfortunately unable to backtrack. But I think if you just assume that there's about 14,000 households that are hearing from our police department, and that the number of engagements is around 250,000, I think that's pretty significant. The police department also has a anonymous survey for people who are in contact with the police department to ask them about that experience. And here are a couple of the data points in that survey. One about how they felt after the encounter, and with the well over 3/4 stating that they were positive or very positive. And also that higher having agreeing or strongly agreeing that they were treated with respect. One of the first things that the PSAB wanted to know about was personnel complaints, and so even before the twice yearly report was created, we brought to them regular information about personnel complaints. And for the last 3 6-month reporting periods, there were a total of 7 complaints. Those might be some of the same complaints carrying over because not every complaint is resolved within a 6-month period. But just to give you a sense of those, about half of them, at least in those first 2 reporting periods, were generated not by a member of the public complaining about something that they experienced with the police, but with our own police department raising issues where a procedure wasn't followed or may not have been followed, and it was important for the department to look into that and see if there was any sustained infraction or violation. And so far, over the past 18 months, there have been 3 sustained personnel complaints. And then since the SRO program review, one of the important outcomes of that was that there's an annual report that staff provides to the PSAB and a process that they have in place now to connect with an appointed person at each school site to get a report out on any complaints that have been made about the SRO program, and to date there have not been any complaints. So those are some important and impressive accomplishments. Now I'm moving on to challenges. The first I would highlight is the scope of the work plan. In those accomplished projects that I just mentioned, they tended to have in common that they were pretty well defined in scope, with deliverables that were concrete and were within the feasibility of not only the police department or city manager's office or other staff in the city, but also the PSAB members themselves, who are volunteers with full lives. And there was this tension that has existed, not necessarily from the start, but consistently more recently, between the desire for the PSAB members' desire, as well as members of the public, including the Mountain View Coalition for Police Reform and Accountability, or MVCPRA, to really have the PSAB members be the drivers of not only what the topics are, but also the work on the topics and the reporting out on the topics. And then there's the desire to have ambitious, important subject matters be discussed, but not necessarily clarity about what was the particular value added or role that the PSAB could bring to it, and was that feasible. And so that's an issue that has been a challenge for the PSAB. And then as there has been, some resignations within the PSAB, some challenges of scheduling committee meetings, we're finding that more of the legwork is being handled by staff, and that's not necessarily inappropriate. That's true in other commissions as well. But for the PSAB, there really is this desire for the PSAB to be a bridge to community, and for the PSAB members to be driving as much of the work and the recommendations as possible. And the PSAB, just by virtue of it being a public meeting and a Brown Act body, which was a conversation that you obviously just had with regard to the Senior Advisory Committee, there is a certain amount of work that is purely because it's a Brown Act body, in terms of how the agendas are prepared and the items are posted, how the meeting is run. And we've estimated that it's probably 20 hours for the 3 staff, because we have 3 staff. Probably not all advisory bodies have 3 staff, but we find, especially in the era of hybrid meetings, which are really important because that's how basically all of the participation in PSAB is happening, is through people participating by Zoom. We really need to have somebody there who can manage the meeting setup and the participation from folks, both in person if they come and remotely. And then the chief and myself as the two. I'm the secretary, so I do the things that, about calling roll call and taking votes, and also, providing input when asked or when I can be helpful, and the same for the chief. But then we often have other people from usually the police department, usually a captain and sometimes a lieutenant or a sergeant, depending on the issues being discussed. And so and then each project, above and beyond the work just to prepare for the having a meeting, just to be able to conduct a meeting, there's the work to prepare the content of the meeting, and that really varies depending on the topic. Some things have been like the SRO program. I went back through my colleague Melvin Gaines and the work that he did, because he was the primary staff at that time, and just tried to estimate based on all of the things that I could see that he worked on, and then the work that the police department staff did with ride-alongs and people coming to Dreams and Futures, and really the committee really getting a chance to learn from the SROs about the programs. We estimated that was a 300-hour staff effort. Next, and this has been more recent, I'd say the scope issue and the capacity issue has increased over time and been an issue, but the vacancy and meeting attendance issue has really been in 2024 with 3 resignations. Those often happen for unexpected reasons that are out of the PSAB's control, but are what makes sense for the individual members. And that has made it harder to have a quorum, so we did need to cancel both the October and November meetings of the PSAB. It has made the subcommittees be less robust, and therefore, again, having more of that legwork being done by city staff. And then the final challenge has been community engagement. We've been able to track the number of speakers that have come to each PSAB member over its 3.5 years, and have found that, again, that as I mentioned, the school resource officer issue had 17 speakers at a meeting, and it is more common to have on average 2 to 3, sometimes 1 or 2. These are very dedicated people. They tend to be members of MVCPRA, and they follow these issues very closely. They prepare for how they want to participate in the items and make recommendations. So their participation is very robust, but a relatively few number of people. I wanted to share, this wasn't in the memo, but it was a thing that had been on my mind, is just to wonder, where is Mountain View compared to the other cities in the county around having a Brown Act council-appointed board addressing public safety matters? And I imagine, I do believe, I just didn't find the prior work that this was also something that Principal Analyst Gaines looked at when the PSAB was first created. And what we see is that in Santa Clara County, there is one city that has a council-appointed Brown Act board. There are 3 others that you see with some superscripts there, Palo Alto PD, San Jose, and Santa Clara, who have other types of boards. They are not Brown Act and council-appointed, but they are tending to be things that are advisory to the chief, and they are appointed by staff. So the other thing that staff wanted to look at is, it's not a statement as to whether it's worth staff time to do this work, or whether the engagement with the public and the focus on these issues is important. It is, also, are there other ways to accomplish this that might work as well or better, and take less of staff capacity, so that staff capacity could be used for other priorities. Certain things we would want to and would need to continue, for example, the military equipment annual report and community meeting. That is a state requirement. And there was a conversation when council first adopted its military equipment policy as to whether or not it wanted to have a separate community meeting or wanted to assign that to PSAB to host, and it was ultimately decision to do the latter. But it would certainly be possible for the city to plan and conduct and advertise a community meeting each year to review the military equipment annual report. not required by law, but a practice that has really been valuable and important has been the preparation of the annual report on the SRO program. And an alternative way to accomplish that could be one or more community meetings at school sites and really made up of the people who are the most familiar with the SRO program, so students and parents and school staff. In addition, there are things that are already in place that serve to be a very good connection between the police department and the community and work to create transparency and help build trust. There have been, I think, 6 cohorts of the MVPDX program, which is very highly interactive. There's the Chiefs Advisory Councils, there's a Latino Community Advisory Committee, and a Faith Leaders Advisory Council, which meet on a regular basis with the chief and command staff. And there's flexibility around the topics. Those tend to be topics that are of interest to those groups. So for example, in the Latino Community Advisory Committee, there was a real concern about towing of predatory towing practices by towing companies, and another around theft of tools and equipment from some vehicles of landscaping businesses. And so those were things that the PD was able to have interactive conversations about in real time and then follow up with solutions. There has been an informal connection between MVCPRA steering committee and our police chief. It's kind of a very direct line that they have to the police chief to talk about issues of interest. And if the PSAB were to no longer be in practice, then the police department would make a more formal commitment to have that on a regular basis. And then the last thing I'll mention is that there's just access to Mountain View Police Department information through the transparency dashboard that I mentioned. There's also an information not only about the police department, but every department's budget through the OpenGov budget web portal, and a lot of other things on the city's website. So that leaves me to staff's recommendation, which as a result of all of that analysis, I came to the conclusion that I wanted to bring to you for your consideration the dissolution of the Public Safety Advisory Board. I was able to speak with the 4 members of the current PSAB, and they really were in agreement about both the accomplishments and the challenges. They did see value in the PSAB, and in some ways, not because there's a crisis now, but that it's good to have that kind of body in place for when it's needed. But generally some understanding about what the challenges have been. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, not with that. I did want to present that there were some alternatives in the staff report, and those include having a less frequent meeting schedule with 2 meetings per year and really focusing on those annual reports that have a lot of meat to them and a lot of opportunity for a PSAB, if it were continuing, its members as well as the public to really hear what's happening in the police department, to ask questions and raise issues. And then a second alternative would be to continue with the same basic schedule, but really take a look at the work plan and try to right-size it to the capacity that the PSAB's committee members and staff have been talking about.
Thank you so much for that presentation. This is not a study session, so we'll have council questions and then, no, public comment first. No, I think we have council questions, right? And then we have public comment, and then we have council. Okay, all right, I thought so. All right. First council question would be Councilmember Lucas Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions, and I'm not sure if it's for the Assistant City Manager or for the Chief. The first is, it would be helpful, we've gotten some requests to consider other scopes or other types of authority for the PSAB. I wanted to better understand the existing policies and procedures we use to address personnel complaints. So whoever would be most appropriate for that.
Good evening, Council. Mike Canfield, Police Chief. Regarding the policies and procedures related to our personnel complaints, there is a very specific policy-driven approach to how we handle our complaints, both police department and city policy. The police department has a professional standards unit that reports directly to me, the police chief. That unit is filled by a sergeant who investigates all of our formal police complaints. They work in partnership with Human Resources and the City Attorney's Office, both on findings and discipline associated to those complaints. Additionally, they work on presenting to a board of review that reviews the facts of the investigations. And that goes then to the discipline, assuming that it is confirmed. But there is additional oversight at the state level with the police officers' standards of training, which reviews significant internal affairs investigations. They look at our investigations, but they come to their own findings and their own discipline specifically associated at the highest level to decertification of a police officer. And kind of one last catch in that process is also the district attorney's office reviews significant internal affairs investigations. And they also have the ability to, although it's not a technical decertification for the state, to assert that the officer can no longer testify in court, which does essentially the same thing regionally. And then just one last element, we have software in place that very purposefully monitors our internal affairs investigations, provides red flag alerts if we're seeing an increase in the number of complaints associated either by topic or by individual officer, and then ensures that the investigations are carried through and shepherded properly and are not, lost on a stack of paperwork, et cetera. So they are completely virtual.
Thank you. That was very helpful. And then the second question is related to, you have an internal auditing function to ensure compliance with MVPD policies. Can you share a little bit more information about that? And maybe not with too much specificity, but if there are examples of the kinds of things that you have audited, maybe recently, and any findings that maybe can be shared publicly.
Yeah, the department both audits our internal affairs investigations. One of the ways is through that software that evaluates where all of the cases are. But also we have a professional standards unit audit where we look at all of the cases that are pending, what's completed, and then a follow-up conversation and report on those pending cases in addition to the software system.
So just for, I'm not sure how much of this is public, so I want to be very careful about how I ask the question. But as an example, what are some types of policies that you might audit for whatever reason?
So one of the main things that we audit is our use of RIPA data, the manner in which our officers enter in the data and the factual accuracy of that data. So our sergeants will all review individual officers, every single officer on their teams. They'll review those officers' RIPA data entries, and then that professional standards unit sergeant, he will audit, in this case it's a he, but they will audit randomly officers throughout the department, so not the direct supervisor, but a random audit from the professional standards unit of that policy to ensure that there is no violation, or if there's a technical issue, et cetera, that it is addressed.
Great, thank you very much.
Councilmember Ramos.
Just a quick question. I think it's more for the city clerk. So we have 3 vacancies, and when the time came for the application, we only got 1 application. How many applications are in the docket now?
I don't think that we have any additional applications.
I guess because there was a Voice article that came out today, and it said, since September, several more committee members have submitted applications to serve in PSAB, bringing the total number of applicants to 5.
Yes, by the deadline for the application process for all advisory boards, which had actually started earlier for PSAB because we had resignations in the spring. There had been one applicant right up until sometime in September, and then another 4 applications came in, and so the Council Appointment Review Committee was able to interview those 5 candidates, and I believe. No, they didn't all show up? Okay. So there is a recommendation for appointment of 2. So 2 of the 3
City Clerk,
vacancies
do you have
had-
something to add?
Oh, no, I was just going to clarify that we haven't received additional applications since the clerk met. But yeah, not all of the applicants showed up for the interviews.
Yeah, and at least one of them, we knew, they had told us why they weren't going to be. There was a family emergency or something that was, very legitimate. It wasn't just that they ghosted us. Yeah.
Well, it does show that there's enough interest in it, but that's comments. So that was something that I was wanting to clarify.
Councilmember Abe-Koka.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe my questions are directed to the city attorney. It was mentioned that when we formed the PSAB, the composition would be up to 7. Is it can we make it variable?
That's a good question.
Well, that's my second question.
I was going to say, I think that might create problems with how you calculate what a quorum is.
And that was my second question, is how do we calculate a quorum? Because, with us, right, at times it's calculated based on 7, the number of seats, versus how many are in attendance at a meeting. So can we have that kind of flexibility with quorum for our commissions and advisory boards?
So I haven't looked at the resolution that created this in some time.
There's no resolution.
Oh, okay.
So that is something staff was coordinating with the city clerk's office on, just as she is bringing forward resolutions to clarify and clean up for other advisory bodies. That we recognized that we needed one for PSAB and did not have one.
For the chief, I know and have read that there are other advisory bodies that you or your predecessor started with, like the youth and the Latino community. How often do they meet?
It's a very good question, Councilmember. The Latino Community Advisory Committee and the Faith Leaders Advisory Council, those are chief advisory bodies that meet generally quarterly. It can ebb and flow depending if there's a greater need. In fact, there's a meeting next week with faith leaders related to immigration concerns that we called or that I called. But generally, the answer is quarterly.
And have you ever asked them or discussed whether any of the members or those who participate in those groups would be interested in serving on PSAB as a representative of these different constituencies?
I think perhaps some of those community members that are very engaged at the beginning of PSAB, we let them know that that council would be looking for members for the Public Safety Advisory Board, but I haven't had any follow-up conversations in more recent times.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramos?
I guess it's for city attorney. Is there... The RHC has an alternate member that could just fill in when someone's absent. Is there anything preventing us from doing that with any other commissions?
Yes. The Maddie Act. You cannot do that with... The RHC was created by charter, and it's just a completely different body. It was approved by the voters, and to the extent that it allows an alternate member, that was something that was voted on, and it's just different. For all of the bodies that are created by council and appointed by council, anytime there's a vacancy, you have to, post notice. And so the alternate can't just slide into the spot. you can have alternates that are part of the body that can participate, I suppose, if somebody's sick, but they can't just fill a vacancy when one occurs. You see what I'm saying? They would have to apply after notice was posted of the vacancy, and they can be appointed to the position, but they can't just fill a vacancy of a regular member.
But, okay, so what you're, I actually wasn't even looking for someone to just automatically fill the vacancy, because that's not like an automatic thing at the RHC either. Council usually decides whenever they want to fill that person into the official position. But essentially what happens is if someone's sick and doesn't go to the committee meeting, then the alternate just votes instead. Is that something that could only happen if we change the charter to do so?
You mean for the RHC or for this body?
For anybody. So in the RHC, hypothetically, like we had lots of meetings with this, where we had our 5-member RHC, and then we had our alternate member. The alternate member actually sat with us. I actually don't know if that was anything of any guidance or anything, and they could even weigh in, but it was just like, he doesn't vote. And then if we had someone who was sick, then he would just vote. That means it meant that he could vote, or someone was delayed or something, then that meant he could vote. And he actually did a lot of votes during my time in the RHC. We had like 3 or 4 alternates during the time I was on it, and that was even before he slated in as like an official member, because like a vacancy did occur, and bam, he could just vote.
So let me clarify. The RHC, it's not a good comparison because that's a charter-created body that was voted on by the voters. So any change to that body or anything would require a charter change and a vote. So these other bodies, like PSAB, were created by either resolution or by motion of the city council, and the memberships of those bodies can be changed by council. You can have a body of 5 members and an alternate that are appointed when notice of vacancy goes up. So you can create a body that has 5 members and an alternate. And the alternate, you can define the role of the alternate where they step in if somebody is sick, but they are appointed all at the same time when notice of vacancy goes up. If you have a regular, non-alternate member that drops out, that alternate cannot become a regular member. They stay an alternate. That's all I'm saying, is they stay an alternate. You post notice of the vacancy, and that alternate can apply for it. So I think it just depends on, it really depends on how the body was set up. I would have to read, it could, I guess in theory, it just sort of depends on how the body was created by council and how a resolution reads, if there's a resolution, and if there is no resolution, how it was ever clarified in a motion. These things could probably be addressed by a resolution and setting forth the makeup of the body. Yeah, so I think the alternate, if you set it up that you have 5 regular members and an alternate that can weigh in or can step in when someone is sick, presumably they could count towards quorum for that meeting because their role is to step in when someone is sick, right? If it's set up that way. So a resolution could probably be laid out in that. And that's because they're appointed at the same time, right? They go through the entire appointment process. So it could, in theory, if we had a resolution that set it up that way.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Comey.
Great. I have a couple questions. So to staff, one of the community concerns was being able to find avenues to be able to comment on, for example, the military equipment or the SRO report if there's no PSAB body. And so does staff have any comment on how residents may be able to comment on those such items if PSAB no longer is a body that meets?
Staff would very much want to continue having community input on those two items and would develop ways to do that that would allow for community input.
Great, thank you. And then the second question was about the public safety budget. As council members, we've never taken MVPDX, so I'm not sure of the curriculum, but looking to you, Chief, is that something that you cover as part of your MVPDX curriculum, or how you decide on your public safety budget, or do you think that could be something incorporated for residents to be able to provide input?
Thank you, Councilmember Kamei. To answer the question, first I'll say we have had a couple of council members come through MVPDX, and perhaps in the future we'll have more.
I didn't think you could participate. This is new news for me. Before council, okay.
But to answer the question, so MVPDX does allow for the cohort to shape and kind of have a fair amount of input on the content. We have at times during some of those 6 MVPDX sessions included presentations on the budget, including changes to the budget or proposed changes to the budget that we anticipate. So the short answer is yes.
Great, thank you.
Vice Mayor Matichak?
I did participate in MVPDX as a council member. And I appreciated that they start out by asking the group what you're interested in hearing about and discussing. And so there's some variation between all the different cohorts because it's driven by the people who are in attendance. But I think usually you do talk about the budget. Thanks.
I have a question. I was wondering if your faith leaders group is the same as the Safe Parking Faith Leaders group.
Not exactly, but I believe that there is some overlap with the faith leaders community. So some overlap but it's not one for one the same group.
Okay. Well, interesting. I believe we're at the end of our questions. And so that brings us to the public comment period. We have at least one person in the chamber who would like to speak to us on this topic, Alvin Cura. And I think we have at least 2 hands raised. If anyone else is interested, please provide a blue speaker card or raise your hand in Zoom. Mr. Curro.
Mayor Showalter, Vice Mayor Matichak, Council, staff, Chief, good to see you again. Thank you, by the way, for all the discussions you've been having this evening. It's been great, and I feel very encouraged that wherever you lead with us is going to be something good for us. From what I can tell, the thing with the PSAB has to do with 2 things, right? The form and the function. The function comes from that it was originally established in 2020 as a response to the George Floyd thing, and staff has shown that a lot of the specific objectives have been met and that there's other ways to carry it forward. Councilmember Ramirez has pointed out the Brown Act, which thank you. I had never Googled it until it came out of your mouth at 4.7. So I suppose it's a worthy question of whether or not a PSAB board or a Brown Act board is actually, the proper forum or venue, to carry that on. But I think the opportunity in front of council is to think about, what kind of community and public engagement do we need, with the police department, and also mining the treasure of trolls that you can find in the voice about, what's the point of a toothless board or a toothless body or whatever. Perhaps it's an opportunity to actually be a bit more succinct. Remember in our interview, you said, what do you think that the PSAB does? And I'm like, I think whatever it is that it does is probably going to change. So I wasn't too surprised to see this on the agenda. But I would offer that there probably is still value to the community to think about, especially in light of what's happening in San Mateo County, not to put too fine a point on it, right? About where, what is our engagement with our police department? How many people, aside from myself, for instance, who totally by accident knows how Sergeant Medina helped with an assault, apprehend an assault in the Stevens Creek Trail, or that Sergeant Baraha injured himself jumping over a fence. I mean, our police department is great, and I think there is a part of it that has to do with community engagement. So, viewing the PSAB meetings, it's a slog, okay? I mean, those things are like 3 hours long. I'm not surprised that people don't sign up for a board that's 3 hours long. It's hard to do. It took like a week and a half of me, listening to it on YouTube on the way to work. So a tighter agenda might help. A smaller quorum might help. Is a quorum actually needed? Because again, I don't know the intricacies of the Brown Act, but as I understand it through Robert's rules, you need a quorum in order to vote. If you don't need to vote, you can have a committee of the whole. A committee of the whole maybe make recommendations. Maybe we can get creative with this kind of thing. So I'm just very encouraged that you'll come up with the right thing, and I just wanted to thank you for working on it.
Thank you. And then we have Bruce England on Zoom. Welcome, Bruce.
Thanks. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive. Get to my comments here. Okay, so as I'm sure you recall, PSAB was formed after significant community concern was voiced following the killing of George Floyd, as you've already discussed, and rightfully so. Since that time, and starting with a review of the School Resource Officer program, PSAB work has evolved, but not remarkably so. And some members of the community and the committee have become somewhat discouraged as a result. I do urge you to keep the PSAB in place, though perhaps with fewer members required and with new input from stakeholders in the community, given where we stand with public safety concerns in Mountain View at this time, and with adequate acknowledgement of challenges to staff time and bandwidth, which could mean more work done by PSAB members themselves. While folks in the community and you council members might have varying thoughts on PSAB purpose and work and on public safety interests for Mountain View broadly speaking, how public safety is addressed in our city requires robust discussion and input on the part of the community. And as in all cases, the city advisory bodies fill a critical need for interfacing between the public and city officials and staff. All this said, if you choose to modify PSAB functioning in some way, and given your earlier discussion on the Senior Advisory Committee, that might be fine, but I urge you to seriously consider some form of evolutionary process on this. I have 4 primary reasons for this I'd like you to consider. Over time, engaged members of the community have established and maintained constructive communications with MVPD staff and the chief in particular. This has been enabled to a significant extent with the existence of PSAB. 2, anticipated changes at the federal level in 2025 have raised fresh alarm about public safety across the country, which more raises the bar than lowers it. 3, the new PSAB applicants forwarded to council by the Appointments Review Committee at their November meeting. These are Alvin Curra, who you've just heard from, and Kelsey Quigley. They both have interesting and fresh ideas that could instill some welcome inspiration into upcoming PSAB proceedings if appointed. Without knowing how this will play out in the next year or two, City Council can't adequately assess how PSAB will grow during the next year or two. Lastly, while the council report indicates a drop-off of public commenting over time, it's important to note that our community group, MVCPRA, has been compiling most member commenting into talking points to be shared during PSAB meetings by a designated spokesperson, more so over time. So comment or head count could be higher than the data indicate. I don't know if I have time to mention these, but we have MVCPRA people and other members of the community have raised additional topics for PSAB to take up, and just have had some real roadblocks in getting that done. So I hope you will consider that there are additional topics that could expand the scope. And I'll stop at this point. Thanks.
Thank you. Dana Pede.
Hi, all. This is Dana Pede, Mountain View resident. Thanks for hearing us out. I appreciate the comments of the 2 speakers I just heard before. I just want to share kind of my 2 cents on it. First of all, this process has appeared to be somewhat swift to a lot of folks who pay, maybe not every single attention to the city meetings, but, the Mountain View Voice article was only published yesterday. This was a really thoughtful and really important piece of work. And a lot of folks didn't know that this was happening until very recently and haven't had time to really think about what this means for our community. It was a really thoughtful process over the course of months to develop the PSAB, and it feels a little bit rushed to dismantle it within the appearance of days. I know that elements of this have been working behind the scenes for a while now, but it's only really come to light very recently, and it feels a little bit rushed. I do want to acknowledge that there have been a lot of challenges that PSAB has faced. Those meetings are, challenging and dense, and there's a lot going on there. It's not a perfect or a painless space for this work, but the space to do this work is important because this work is important. I want to highlight that this is about more than just public comment. It's more than, just getting my 2 cents out into the world. I'm not such an egoist that I think that just one piece of thing, it makes me feel better and sleep better at night. But I believe that the act of engaging back and forth in meaningful ways with the public creates that transparency, creates that trust, creates that capacity to believe that these institutions work for us. And I think that's going to be more important than ever coming into these next 4 years. It's not just about getting our voices heard in a snapshot, but it's about the work and the engagement that we do with our community. This was created back in 2020 in the conditions that we were facing in the wake of the murder of George Floyd, but it wasn't just about a one and done study to ask, do we have problems here in Mountain View? No, we don't. I've regularly been encouraged by some of the things that I learned from Chief Canfield, and yet the process of engagement back and forth is how we grow and develop our mutual understanding of these things. It's that transparency, that public visibility that's more important than anything else, particularly preventing systemic issues and whatever issues could be coming down the pike for us in the future around this corner. I'll highlight, I had Bruce's notes from earlier, some of the points that he was mentioning. We're transitioning of various services currently provided by MVPD to unarmed personnel. PSAB has done really important work with publicizing the trust program and things like that. Reallocation of funding in the MVPD budget to support other community needs related to public safety. Expansion of the scope of PSAB to include disaster response, fire services, traffic safety, and public health, reflecting a broader definition of public safety, as well as the regular review of legislative priorities related to public safety. How are we as a community connecting at the state level is really important work, and clearly folks want to do this work. So if it's not PSAB, I get it. I know PSAB isn't perfect, but we can't lose the opportunities and the spaces to have meaningful engagement between our institutions and our public. Now more than ever, that's what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Singh, are you available?
Hello, is everyone can hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I just wanted to highlight that as a small business owner, I noticed that we do everything legally and we pay our taxes and we employ all people with skill sets, what they need. However, licenses and everything. However, I have been noticing there's a lot of businesses that are not following these things and running businesses from home without licenses, on the streets without licenses. They have no permits, they're not paying taxes, they're not employing legitimate people. And this is causing unfair competition with all the businesses, and be it any business, be it a restaurant, any other businesses that you can see. And it's very difficult for businesses to survive and thrive if the city is not taking any measures. Because what happens is when we talk to our controlling bodies, they usually say it's out of our jurisdiction, the city has to take action, and the city says it's out of our jurisdiction, they have to take action. So it's very difficult for us to grow and prosper in this economy when the city is not supporting the small businesses and taking action and citing these people and being strict about this thing where other businesses are following all the protocols. Thank you.
Okay, I think that was a general public comment and not necessarily related to the PSAB. But now we will bring it back. But noted, yes. Now we will bring it back to the council for deliberation and discussion. I'm going to mention a few things at the beginning. This is something that I've really given a lot of thought to, and I'm really glad that we're doing this. We're having this discussion. I think it's a very good part of governance to evaluate ongoing programs from time to time to see if they were doing what they were designed to do, as well as to change their charge to be more appropriate as circumstances change. I think that's a very healthy thing to do, and I really appreciated Ms. Remberg thanking the PSAB members for their service. I think that we all need to thank all of the advisory board members, but PSAB in particular has really been challenged with the type of subject that they needed to take up, and so we appreciate the service. I also was a little taken aback by how abruptly this came back to us, but here we are, and we're having a good discussion, so that's good. And I also think that we have the staff report did a really good job of laying out what PSAB has accomplished, and I thought that was very interesting and heartening, and also thought-provoking. So thanks for that. And I think it's clear that they have accomplished the primary things that they were set to do. But to me, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's time to dissolve them. It means more of an evolutionary process of what is the best advisory body, what is the best way to do this and meet these needs. And I was particularly interested by Table 2 in the staff report. It lists all the topics. That was also in one of the presentation slides. And it listed things as short-term or long-term. But when I went through them, it seemed like it might have been a short-term work item, such as, for instance, keeping fentanyl from our children. That is not a short-term work item. We want that to go on as long as there's a problem, right? Now, it might not be something PSAB discusses every time, but they're the most, police interaction with mental health is another one. That was short term. We've gotten some things set up in the community, but that are really a huge improvement. But there will be need over time to reconsider how that works. So I think that, and again, the issue of the new administration, we are all very concerned about what that may mean. I think in particular, the concern with respect to that will be a potential increase in fraud in our community, where not so much, I mean, I don't know whether we will have sweeps or not, but I know that there will be many people in our community who are quite frightened, and they are legitimately so, and therefore they will be much more easy prey for somebody who wants to commit fraud on them. And I think that's also something we might want to think about with the senior committee. That might be a discussion, because fraud is a huge thing with seniors too. Anyway, so it seems to me that there's some big subjects that are really front and center and will be. And then another thing I think is just important is the amount of money that we spend on the police force. It's about 28% of our budget. So it's a lot of money, and so making sure that there is a way for there to be regular public interaction with them, I think is valuable. Then the other thing I wanted to talk about is when you go out and talk to people about why they like Mountain View, I have found over the years that one of the things that almost everybody says is because it's safe. And so what that means is that people feel like our police department can be counted on, and they have created an atmosphere, everybody else has helped create that too, that is pleasant and safe. And that is a huge deal. So to do, to have the public interaction to sort of maintain that, or to help maintain that, I feel like that's something we should be thinking of. So for me, what I want to think about with PSAB is not so much the cost of it, it's kind of the value and how we get these, how we get these needs met. And some other methodologies have been put forward in the staff report, but I don't think they're quite as flexible as having a standing committee that people can come to if they have an issue and bring it up. Granted, it wouldn't be on the agenda, and so you'd have to bring it up and see if there was interest in moving on it in the future. But still in all, it's a place where people can bring their interest. So those are some things I wanted to share. And now let's move on to Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your introductory comments. Consistency is the hobgoblin of small minds, and I have a very small mind. So my arguments will sound very similar to what we heard 45 minutes ago or thereabouts. But first, I think it's probably well known that I give staff a hard time. Sorry. But I do want to recognize that our staff are extremely accessible. And several of us routinely participate in community groups, Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning, Cafecito, League of Women Voters Affordable Housing Committee, and very frequently our staff are present and accessible and ask questions of the committee or provide responses to questions that folks who are part of those groups may ask. Recently, I think a couple of us were in the Cafecito meeting where the chief stayed, I think, for 3 hours. It was remarkable. A lot of really good, thoughtful questions about one of the issues that has come up. There's a lot of fear in the community. That was one of the better attended Cafecito meetings. And I feel like, I think one of the primary values of the PSAB is to serve as a source for the distribution of information, right? I think you alluded to this, Mayor. There's been a lot of very valuable information requested by the PSAB and then provided to the public through the PSAB. I think one of the things I'm reflecting on is many of the community groups that many of us participate in regularly have or enjoy public participation that is typically greater than what we see in our Brown Act restricted bodies, right? We might have 1 or 2 people routinely come to PSAB meetings if the PSAB meets. And then in contrast, right, we invite the chief or somebody from the command staff to Cafecito and we have 30 or 40 people. And I think we might want to think about whether the PSAB, as it is currently constructed, is actually is a meaningful body in achieving that particular goal, making sure that the community has access to command staff, to the chief, to city manager's office. And if maybe we're missing the mark on that, that's not actually the venue that most members of the community want to interface with to access our police department or to access administration leaders, right? Instead, I think what we probably would find if we analyzed it is most people want to engage on their terms, right? Coffee with a cop, right? That kind of thing. Or many of the advisory groups that were referenced earlier, the Latino leaders and faith leaders, MVPDX, I think all of these have been very successful venues or forums for the distribution of information, providing access to the leadership of our police department, providing, I think one of the public speakers spoke to the paramount importance of public visibility and transparency. I agree with that, and I think we do an excellent job of providing the information that our community seeks. So I would like to continue to empower the police department staff to participate in these meetings that I think have been very effective in allowing members of our community to engage the police, to consider establishing maybe another general advisory group to the chief. Right now, faith leaders and the Latino community, I really appreciate that, and I think that's excellent, but those are fairly restrictive groups, right? There are many other members of the community, many different constituents or constituency groups, stakeholder groups that I think have very legitimate issues or concerns that the police department would like to be able to engage with and respond to. The chief already meets regularly with the Mountain View Coalition for Police Reform and Accountability Steering Committee regularly, right? That's remarkable. So I feel like we are achieving these goals through other venues that are, I disagree with your characterization of flexible, Mayor. I don't think Brown Act bodies are flexible. They're intended to not to be flexible, but these other groups are, right? Can you imagine a world where, you know, NBCSP or Cafecito has to adhere to the Brown Act, right? And if they fail to notice their agenda, then nobody can come to the meeting. We can't, you know, talk about things that the community cares about. So I don't want to dominate the conversation. You've heard my arguments. You know, I don't think Brown Act bodies actually are a value add in achieving the goals that we've been talking about in the context of PSAB. I think there are other ways, including the many alternatives listed in the staff report, including some of the ideas I think we've heard from the chief, and being accessible to the community, providing information, soliciting feedback. Many of the things that we've seen over the past couple of years are implemented, are ideas that we've heard from our own community, not necessarily through PSAB. So I want to encourage the council to take a broader view of how we can achieve these goals, free up staff capacity from the mundane and the minutia associated with strict and rigid compliance with the Brown Act, and actually get out to the community, right? If you have 5 people who meet a quarter, is that really doing the community a service, right? Is that achieving the public's business? And if a meeting, like, you know, I think I'm sounding like a broken record at this point, but if a meeting is canceled, you meet the next quarter, who is that serving, right? How is that serving our community? So I'll be supporting the staff recommendation. I don't mind losing, so I'm happy to make a motion whenever we're ready, but I just would encourage, you know, too often I think we are the architects of our own demise, and I would encourage us to stop doing that and to think about other ways of being effective. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow, two agenda items in a row where I completely disagree with Councilmember Ramirez. It's not a common feeling for me. But I think as we go, you talk about the Brown Act. I admit that the Brown Act can be very stifling at times. But I think back to, why does the Brown Act exist? The Brown Act exists to essentially prevent corruption, to prevent meetings that are behind closed doors, secret meetings or anything like that. And that is because the decisions that body makes matters. It is, I view it almost similarly to how important like an inside-outside strategy is. You talked about NBCSP, which is a wonderful organization, but they make really great comments and advocacy to many bodies. They aren't the ones making that decision, and I think that's where we kind of differ on it. I've been part of many organizations that went through Mountain View. Some have flourished, some have died, and they weren't Brown Act groups, and I do think that they did significantly good work, but it wasn't work that was necessarily representative of the city because there was no official mechanism behind it. And that's why I do find value in our advisory committees that are subject to the Brown Act, because they represent our city. This is why when I know we've had certain conversations with some members who are on advisory committees that tend to be a little bit more activism than most, that were like, you also represent the city, and so therefore you need to carry yourself with that understanding as you speak and advocate and do your work. There is a difference, and I'm not ready to remove those avenues for that option for people. I struggle though with PSAB a little bit more than the previous item, the senior commission, because I do feel like the senior commission just like still needs a little life support, and I think it has the possibility to flourish, and then I'm okay if it doesn't flourish, then like done. My issue with this board in particular is I have talked with members who were previous on there, currently on there, and there is staff has mentioned that push and pull of they're really hungry to do more, and staff doesn't have the capacity to support that more. And I get to some degree the answer is when we do next year our priority setting, we give them more, but I don't even know if we have the votes to even do that. And so I worry that sometimes just by having the Public Safety Advisory Board, we're just putting it there so that we can say, hey, we're doing something, but we're not fully committed to it the way that we hoped it would be. Because that means we do have to provide more staff time relating to it. I have been involved with some of the groups that was mentioned. I was on the cohort for MVPDX before I was on council. I think I was class of. It was during the pandemic actually, but it was like as we were coming off of the pandemic, and it was a very interesting cohort because we had. It was a cohort that really liked to challenge MVPD to come up with answers and solutions and really address those concerns. And I do think MVPD actually does a really good job in meeting many of the needs of the community. The Public Safety Advisory Board, I believe the vision was was a step further than that. So I'm not inclined to dissolve it, I guess that's what it's called. Yeah, dissolve the Public Safety Advisory Committee. I do think we do need to push farther than what we have anticipated them to do. And I'm not entirely sure we're ready to do that either. So that's where I'm lying on. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thank you. So I have watched many PSAB meetings, and I've also attended some of the PSAB-driven events, the community events they had this past year. And I appreciate that staff pulled together all this information in the staff report because it provided more context for me about what was really happening with the PSAB meetings and the community events. Because I was noticing that there were fewer members of the public participating or attending a meeting. I think I was one of the 8 that attended one of the community meetings, and there were probably more people from city staff there than there were attendees. And that was not something I wanted to see. I guess I'll put it that way. That's a whole lot of resources put against something that I'm not sure the public had a great interest in. What really caused me to think about this was a comment by actually one of the PSAB members who said, well, I think we've accomplished everything we set out to do. And I thought, wow, this was someone who was very outspoken in the past, and for them to say they've accomplished everything they set out to do really caught my attention. And we received an email today pretty much saying the same thing from somebody else, from the members of the public. So then I was thinking back to when this was originally started, and in hindsight, perhaps this should have been a task force that had a limited scope and limited horizon that could accomplish the things that they've done. Because now they're looking for, well, now what do we do? And I don't think I think the things they want to do are not within the defined scope of what we said their responsibilities would be, based upon the analysis we did of what was needed and what other cities are doing. And we chose a specific format and a specific scope based upon what we thought the city of Mountain View needed. I appreciate Councilmember Ramirez's comments. I have the same perspective that I think we've got a lot of other avenues that have been created for dialogue, communication, resolution if there are issues. And I think it's pretty comfortable for a lot of people to have those either one-on-one or small group conversations with our police department to really get things resolved. I think these larger topics, it was appropriate to have it in the advisory body, but I think a lot of the stuff that's happening and being discussed in the smaller groups are not as big of a topic as the ones that the PSAB originally addressed. We also have a lot more forums or venues for people to look at information and do their own analysis if they want to, because it's downloadable in CSV. And that's great. It's great that MVPD has made so many changes and provided so much more transparency than the people were asking for, and it's there now. So I do feel comfortable with the staff recommendation, as I said, and I think it is time to sunset this body because we have put in place so many other things to, I think, serve the needs of the community. Thanks.
Councilmember Abe-Koga.
I don't know about the comment about small minds and consistency. I beg to differ on that. But I imagine some of you can guess where I am on this issue based on our earlier conversation. As you know, I was mayor in 2020 and was, frankly felt the responsibility of this issue as we were confronted by it at that time. And so, I spent quite a bit of time meeting with different individuals and groups with the then police chief and separately and exchanging notes or what we learned from the community and really, and came up with this idea really modeled after one of our PSAB members' experience with a similar body that his father was served on. And as I, had these meetings and discussions and listening to the public comment we were getting at our council meetings, what I felt or realized was that there's information and input to be had in both ways, and it's others have commented about it. As much as it's important for us to take input, I also felt it was very important for us to put out information into the community because what I was hearing was not really, what I have experienced and seen with our police department. And I know there was this, the national outcry and what was going on nationally, but, I have spent a lot of time, and many of us have, trying to understand and learn about our department, and I just didn't see, what was happening nationally happening here. And so I really wanted our residents to also to understand that and understand the differences and understand, exactly what's happening here. So it was really that about an exchange of ideas and input, information that I thought this PSAB was the best vehicle to do that in. I'm, grateful and thank you to the PSAB members. I know that there's a lot of work put into the initial charge of the board. I think there were many accomplishments. But I guess for me, I had envisioned that this would be a standing body for the longer term because there could be other issues that come up. And you know, we have these standing issues, the review of military equipment, the budget. And I'm going to say 28% may sound like a lot, but there are cities that, and at one point there were cities that where 60, 70% of their budget was public safety, and we've always been under budget compared to other cities. So I'm actually very proud of that. But you know, the RIPA data, SROs, like to me, I look at these as something that we should have frankly, a formal Brown Act body look at least once a year. So. You know, perhaps we, again, like we talked earlier, perhaps we don't have to have the body meet every month, but at least quarterly have a review of all of this, all of these items. And, you know, as much as I appreciate, and I really do appreciate the chiefs and how they have reached out to the community and these, you know, these advisory groups, they're very specific to certain, frankly, organizations, existing organizations. And as much as I appreciate, you know, that, whether it's Cafecitos or CPRA, there's 85,000 people in the city. And, you know, I know we hear from a small group quite often, but there's 85,000 people in this city. And when, you know, I was out in the community and knocking on doors and asking, what's your top issue? Public safety was always the one that came up. So there are other issues out there, and you know, maybe we don't hear from them all the time because life is busy, but I want to keep a venue open for that opportunity for folks to be able to feel like they can go somewhere without having to belong to an organization to be able to give input. And that's how I see this body. I see again, it's about the scope. And, you know, someone brought it up, and I would bring it up again, that I think the council should, you know, review all of the commissions and advisory boards and review what their scope of work is. And it changes over time. But, you know, I have personally, I'm leaving, so I don't have to say, but, you know, I have interest in, and it's on here, the fentanyl issue or drug use by youth, because I have heard that time and time again, you know, when my kids were in high school, that's the real issue, I believe. And whether it's fentanyl or, you know, we had a presentation on cannabinoids. There's a lot there that I think could be, you know, research looked into and have a forum on. So that's an issue. Traffic safety, I think Cupertino's Public Safety Committee deals with that. That's an area that I see that we, you know, that our board could look into. And then as mentioned by the public comment, I too have been thinking, given the change in the federal administration, there could be issues that are going to bubble up in the next few years. So I think it's premature at this time to say we've finished our job and we should dissolve this body. I think we should, and it looks like we had enough applicants to at least fill most of the slots. Didn't we have 2 out of the 3? So I looked down the list, we have 4. And then did you fill the 2 more? So there's 6 out of 7? No. What did I get?
Should we just, the people who are on the committee answer? I think there are 7 slots altogether.
Yes.
Something like 5 people applied, but it's typical for not everyone to show up. You know, they look at it on YouTube and they're like, not for me. So I think we had 2 people show up and we appointed 2. And so
okay. But
I don't.
4 right now on the committee already, or on the board.
Well, I would have to. Yeah, there are 4 on.
So
if we recommended them, so there would be. If council approves the people we recommended, how many would there be altogether?
6.
6 out of 7.
Yeah. So we're almost there. But, you know, if we wanted to go down, and this is the question I had earlier, is like, can we say at least 5 and no more than 7? And then make the quorum based on the number that is seated at that time, just to allow for more flexibility. Because, you know, if we have more interest in the future, then I think, you know, we could expand it. But I think if we had a minimum and then a floor and a ceiling, that just allows for, you know, the changes. And I'll say, like, you know, I've been around doing this for 16 years, and I think there's frankly just a change in the, you know, just folks are busier now. You know, there's things like two income households. There's just, I mean, we see it in like the service clubs, Rotary, Kiwanis, whatnot. People are just busier, and they don't have as much time maybe to volunteer. And so I actually just look at this, and you know, even the senior advisory committee, like that's probably the more underlying issue with all this. But I mean, at this point in time, if we have 6 out of 7, I say let's move forward. But you know, if we can say at least 5, no more than 7, to give us that flexibility in the future, I would, you know, prefer that. And then the meetings too, we could say at least quarterly, but you know, no more than 10 or so, however many, to give them again flexibility to decide how often they need to meet. That's fine. Yeah, I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ellen. Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. So first, just want to thank staff for looking into this, the robust information, as well as just even looking at the presentation today, that of the 15 cities in Santa Clara County, we're one of 2 that has a public safety advisory board, and just want to say kudos to staff and those who are serving on PSAB or who have served on PSAB for their service. I think that's quite an accomplishment. And so I guess at the offset, I am hearing comments about what may come with a new federal administration, and I just want to share that in my opinion, that is not a place where that item does not live with PSAB. My understanding is that lives in our city manager's office. Just 3 weeks ago or so, our communications office sent out a formal statement restating our Community for All principles, had a message from, I believe, our chief talking about how the city of Mountain View does not cooperate or share any type of information based off of immigration status. And so I hear us talking about public safety, and I really just want to make sure that we're couching that in the correct place, which is the city manager's office, and that the city already has been very proactive with the community on that. And as Councilmember Ramirez was saying, the Cafecitos group meets every Monday, and the chief was there discussing that. And I believe there are people designated on our city manager's office who are leading those efforts. So really hope we can shift that conversation to the appropriate venue. And I just don't want to conflate that into being a PSAB work item. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then to move on, I did want to share that in discussing both the Senior Advisor Committee and then talking about PSAB tonight, I'm hearing almost that it's not good to achieve your goals. We need to keep going, and I think it's okay if we achieve goals and items sunset. I think that's kind of a natural progression of policy items. We hear about these things happening in the state legislature. We have administrative policies in different jurisdictions where things sunset, and it's, I think, a badge of honor to be able to say we had goals and we achieved them, and it's time to move on to the next item. I think that is a testament to the good work of our city staff as well as the PSAB members, that we've been able to accomplish so much. And as this item came forward, I was really trying to reflect on where the heart of how we created PSAB to where we are now, to, as staff mentioned, maybe 1 or 2 people from the public attending the PSAB meeting, as well as speaking. And it had me reflecting similarly to our Senior Advisory Council that, are we providing the correct venue? Are we meeting people where they are to get that information that's needed? So, I think that we're very unique in Mountain View as well, that we have MVPDX, that we have different that we have a police department that's very accessible, as some of us have set up on the dais. And for me, the public comments that I receive from residents in the community are more related to community safety of property, so theft, crime, burglary, home invasion. Those are the things that people are asking me about when I'm out in the community, and that is not necessarily what has been scoped within PSAB's work plan. And part of the public comment that we received earlier, I think, kind of tangentially touched on, the issue of being a small business owner in Mountain View. We hear a lot from our business community about how this has been an issue. So I agree that there's value in getting input on our public safety. I'm just not sure that PSAB is the appropriate venue any longer. I'm comfortable with the staff recommendation. I'll just make the motion. I'm not sure that it has the votes. So before we go into, and I know we have some additional speakers, I will implore those maybe who are looking to keep an iteration of this to really look at the alternative one, which was the PSAB 2 times a year. I'm not going to be voting for that, but I would implore you to look at that, and perhaps moving, as we looked at the senior advisory body down in terms of the number of people. So maybe it's 5 instead of 7, just so there's no quorum issues. And not everybody that applies for a commission makes their interview or may be a good fit for the commission. So I think it's more than just saying, oh, okay, there's going to be 6, so just all we need is, one more. We want to make sure that it's also people who have a true of interest. So those are my comments, and thank you for the second, Councilmember Ramirez.
Okay, Councilmember Hicks.
So, regarding the comment about small minds, I actually felt fairly different about this, about the PSAB item compared to the Senior Advisory Commission item. It was not on consent, and I felt like it was fleshed out more. And in addition, I'm just, reading the staff report, I was almost overwhelmed, Chief, with the amount of work you do. Maybe it's not just you, but going to, whether it's faith groups, the Latino group, Cafecito, MVCPRA, MVPDX, Coffee with a Cop. I mean, there's just a lot more out there on this one than there is we do have a senior center, but we also have a police station. So I am more willing with this one to say that we have a good amount going on. I do, and several of the people involved with MVCPRA who did urge us originally to set up something like the PSAB, some of them have said that they do think that the work is accomplished and we could move on. Others have not said that. One person on the committee, though, on PSAB did say when I talked to her that she wanted it to continue existing so it would be there in case some issue erupted, that we wouldn't have to, kind of spin our wheels and start all over again. So with that in mind, I'm thinking I could either go for the motion or something like, if that doesn't work out, something like the second staff recommendation or the alternative, which is PSAB with, says 2 times a year, something, and then I would say with 5 members and an alternate. I really like the discussion we've had of alternates, because I think it sounds, if I'm understanding it right, that it would allow us to prevent having the situation where we can't get a quorum that we've had in a number of committees and commissions. So, so I could either go for this this motion, or if somebody's putting forward an alternative motion, but it follows closely something like that, then I could go for that. I'm kind of, but I don't want it to continue going on. 7 members, whatever, 10 meetings a year, that whole thing. I would prefer to cut it down.
Okay, so Councilmember Ramirez, do you want to speak again, or is it time to vote?
I'll be very brief. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for all of the, I thought this was a second, but equally enlightening and insightful conversation. And thank you, Councilmember Kamei, for moving the staff recommendation. I did want to share, so I certainly a lot of time invested by MVPD in this work, but I also want to acknowledge the time from the city manager's office, which is no less important. And I know, Audrey, you're working on many other council priorities, including sustainability and climate resilience. So I would encourage the council to think also about, should we free up some capacity in the city manager's office, we can also, redeploy that to other work that is also a priority. And I wish there were a little bit more attention to that in the staff report. I think it would have been helpful, but I did want to acknowledge your work also on helping guide this body and encourage all of my colleagues to support the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Time to vote.
We need to have it read.
Okay.
Apologies. I thought I did the hard part by pressing the button here. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View to dissolve the Public Safety Advisory Board, to be read in title only, further reading waived.
The motion passes 4-3. Okay, well, we certainly had a robust discussion. And now we move on to item 7, which I suppose is committee reports. I do not see my flow. There we go. Yes, council staff committee reports. And first up is Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be very brief. So I have served for the past, I think maybe 2 months on the Mountain View Wisman School District Housing Oversight Committee, which has met with actually a fairly rapid clip, but we've done a tremendous amount of work, and I did want to acknowledge the support of Wayne Chen in particular, but also the city manager and city attorney and many other, I think Arn also, and Audrey, I think you have looked at a lot of the materials coming our way. Too much to summarize, I think in a short period of time, but I would, if there is time and capacity, it might be helpful for the council to receive at least a brief update on some of the work coming out of that committee and approved by the Board of Trustees or soon, because it does have some meaningful implications for staff, Mountain View staff, city staff, who would like to benefit from the housing. So thank you for your support.
Councilmember Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if I'm supposed to report out that I went to the city's association holiday party because I think the city paid for that for me. So I figure I should report that. And just a quick, I had the opportunity this past weekend also to check out 2 programs that were essentially funded by CNC grants, which was the Cocoa Clatch with Santiago Villas Neighborhood Association, and the Holiday Lights in Mariposa Park, which was the Shoreline West Neighborhood Association. It was really cool. Recommend everyone to try it.
Councilmember Kamei.
Great, and I think Councilmember Ramos will also say we had a CYSC meeting on the 25th, and then I also attended the league leaders for the League of California Cities last week, as well as the Cities Association holiday party. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thank you. I do have a few things. On November 21st, I attended the Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Authority Board meeting, and Mountain View, the membership in that for the North counties, at least, Mountain View, Los Altos, and Palo Alto rotate for 2-year terms. And so since I am terming out, Mountain View will need to appoint someone to that body. And then it moves to Los Altos, I believe, after that, because Palo Alto was before us. Also on November 21st, and so it was a challenge to get there in time, going from Santa Clara to Burlingame. Took Caltrain. Nice. Yes, it worked well. We had a Bosca Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency board meeting. And once again, we got an update on the new Tier 2 allocation plan. And that is the plan for the allocation of water among the 26 Bosca agencies when there's a declared drought. And that will be coming to the council for approval, I think in the second quarter of 2025. And I know I've talked about this before, but this bears repeating that what's also part of this is a change to the minimum purchase requirement for the 4 jurisdictions that have that. And again, I cannot give enough kudos and thank yous to Elizabeth Flagel in the Public Works Department. She has been tenacious about addressing this issue. And because of her, the allocations or the purchase requirements are going to change, and the penalties that we've been experiencing will go away. So again, huge thank you to Elizabeth Flagel for all her work on this one. We also had on November 22nd, the Council Appointment Review Committee meeting. Lots of people were interviewed, and I believe the recommendations from the CARC, as we call it, come to the council at the next meeting, December 17th. On December 4th, we had a meeting of the Ad Hoc Goal Setting Committee. I think that's its new name. And we had a great discussion about the process for the next year to check in on the, I always want to call them goals, but they have a new name. No, the overall strategic priorities. And then the projects that are on the work plan. And that process will come to council for approval before it's implemented. On December 6th, we had the Council Investment Review Committee meeting. And at that, we reviewed the city's portfolio of investments. And we discussed a tweak to the investment policy to open up the allowed investments just a little bit. Because Mountain View is one of the most conservative cities around. And that will also come to the council for approval. And right after that meeting, we had the Council Finance Committee meeting on the same day. And we reviewed the auditor's report and the ACFR Annual Comprehensive Financial Review report. And we recommended appointment of Derek Rampone as the city auditor. And those both come to council as well. So lots of activity here in the last part of the year. Thank you.
Councilmember Avikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few meetings to report out from. Last week we had our Bay Area Air Quality Management District Board meeting where we did a review of our gas appliance replacement ban rules that will be in effect starting in 2027. Part of it, when we voted for this about a year and a half ago, part of it was to do a review of where we are and have establish a working group to look at issues such as grid reliability, cost, equity, and so we had a review of many of those issues. positives. It looks like the grid is ready to take on the new heat pump water heaters and so forth. The challenges still remain in the area of equity and affordability, and so those will be areas that the working group will continue to work on. But as of now, we are still moving forward with the implementation of these rules starting in 2027. I had my trifecta of transportation boards. Caltrain met, as hopefully you've seen. The ridership numbers for our electrified service have really shot up, and I think it was 750,000 riders we had in the last month. So very excited about that. I reported out before, I was very dismayed at the increased costs of our grade separation project at Rengsdorf, and we'll be meeting with Caltrain staff and our staff here, as well as VTA, on the cost increases and ways to try to reduce some of those costs. At VTA, we've been spending quite a bit of time about the BART project and its budget creep, and looking at ways that we can control some of those cost increases. And then yesterday I had a special meeting with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, which made me miss the tree lighting ceremony, but we had a special meeting to discuss and take a vote on the potential regional revenue measure for 2026, and the vote was to move forward to begin polling on a couple of options. For Santa Clara County, our proposal, which seems to be moving forward by the commission, is that we will do our own sales tax measure. So our county is we're a very self-help county. We have 4 sales tax measures that fund transportation, and a regional measure could conflict with the renewal of some of those. And so we have proposed that we will go out on our own, mostly likely renew those measure, and then pay into a regional pot to assist with some of the transformational strategies to just basically improve transit. So that's where our county stands. And then I did attend the Cities Association holiday dinner as well, and thank you to those who attended as a member of the executive board. Thanks.
Councilmember Hicks.
So I also went to the Cities Association annual holiday party, as well as the Council Appointments Review Committee and the Council Ad Hoc Goal Setting Committee.
Okay. I have quite a few things to share. On December 4th, that was quite a busy day. I went to the 4 cities mayors meeting. That's between the mayors of Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, Mountain View, and Cupertino, and I hope the new mayor will take part in this. We've had a lot of interesting and productive conversations. Then we had the goal setting session, which has been mentioned, and that really was an interesting discussion, and more will be coming to the council about that shortly. We also had a call with Marion McFadden from Assistant Secretary from HUD to talk to us about things that we might do in the next month or two to make sure we're getting the most out of our HUD. And she suggested a loan program that we hadn't heard of before, so that was valuable. The big news really was the next day. That was December 5th. And the BCDC met, and we passed the Regional Shoreline Adaptation Plan guidelines. And you'll probably all remember that there was a bill passed at the end of 23 that gave the responsibility to BCDC and the Coastal Commission to provide guidelines and for every city or county to prepare a sea level rise protection plan. And it could be done on a multi-jurisdictional basis or by jurisdiction. But anyway, the guidelines needed to be passed by the end of this calendar year, and we did it. It was, I think, the longest BCDC meeting I've ever been part of, but we did it. So, it was in the news a couple of times, so that was pretty exciting. On Monday, we had a meeting with a small delegation from Belgium. It was Christina Gilmore, Audrey, and myself. It was very interesting. They are our other sister city, Hasselt, Belgium. And so they had several representatives to talk to us about potential future endeavors together. And it will be interesting to see what transpires. I think in the past, all of the interaction with the Hasselt has been primarily through the visits, the home visits that students, high school students have. And that program, that's gone on for many years. But they're interested in some economic connections as well. And they were talking about how they are sort of, in Belgium, they are kind of, Flanders, where they are, is very much considered a center of research. So I thought that was really interesting. Last night, we had the, and December 6th, I met with the Safe Parking faith leaders. That was a very interesting conversation, and they have a great deal of insight and desire. So I hope we can make good use of that group in promoting our safe parking program. Then, of course, the big fun of the week was last night, the tree lighting ceremony. Thank you, everyone, for taking part. We were heckled by a very green heckler, very large green heckler, the Grinch, who has come previous years, but he came back again. So that was great fun. And I'd like to really, thank all of the people on the staff who took part in that. I know that these huge events they demand a tremendous amount of effort. And, but everybody really had a wonderful time. And the Civic Center and city looks just beautiful with all the holiday decorations. So that's my report. And that brings us to going back to our closed session, which we will recess to the closed session. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around. Our closed session is over. City Attorney, do we have a closed session report?
No reportable action was taken in closed session tonight.
Thank you very much. With that, our meeting is adjourned at 11:36, and we will see everyone next Tuesday for another meeting.